Get going, why don't we? We should have our new Chimera shortly. I need like 1 million or so more, I think. And then we can sail around the galaxy in style. Although I probably do want to get a little bit other equipment as well. There's some non-split things I might want. Hello, Nova. Also first? Yes, you are indeed the first. Yeah. All right. Let me see. They want us to talk to a dude about a thing. Oh, okay. Tyranid want... Yeah, you know what? Let's go do that. We've got a little bit of time to kill before we can buy the Chimera.
Autopilot disengaged.
Well, I should fly through this manually before I go autopiloting. I think the Tyranid sells something I want too, so this is good. Anyway. We'll probably have to stop down there anyway once we get the Chimera. We're at 7.4 million. We need like 8.7, 8.6, something like that, I think. I'll probably want a little bit more than that just to be safe. So, yeah, we got a little bit of time to kill anyway. Looks like the Split are really getting their asses kicked. I think there's another K up here. You would think the developers would have buffed them up a little tiny bit in some way, that they were a little less stumped on. Then again, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's a K, alright. At least it's not an I, I guess.
Hazardous region entering system. Arcus Cascade.
We have around here that was making that noise. Another K. Can't wait to have a Chimera and actually have something that has enough oomph to take on Ps and stuff like that reliably. This thing just doesn't have the guns for it. You can do it, it just... Yeah. You don't have enough shields and guns. I wouldn't mind... Did I ever set up mining in Terran space? I think I did in Saturn. Yeah, I did. Okay. What is my rep with the Terrans by now?
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
-8. Okay. So we've gone up a little bit, but not enough to be anywhere close to being able to buy Mark III shields, which is what I really want from the Terrans. We'll just have to do with split shields for a while instead.
Silent witness.
I do like split shields. They're just not Terran shields. Terran shields, split engines,
system. Profit Center Alpha.
and Argon guns are usually the way to go. Although I do like split fighter guns. The tau accelerators are pretty cool. Probably my favorite gun in the game so far. I think it's the Paranid that have the blast launcher, but I don't like that over the... It does more damage, but I don't... It's harder to hit with for me anyway.
Entering system. Bright Promise.
I think it's because its rotation speed is lower. I don't have it
Entering system.
in my library, so I can't
Sanctum.
check. But it never seems to be on target when I need it to be, where plasmas seem to be fine that way. In any case, let's go say hi to this dude and get our little permission to purchase. Then we'll probably want to go back to the wharf and see what they have available in the way of fighter guns. At least add them to our encyclopedia. If not actually buy anything. We're unlikely going to want to buy anything now, but yeah.
Autopilot. Disengaged.
Okay.
Docking granted. Successfully
I
docked.
almost wish there weren't docking computers.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
Although they do remove a lot of tedium. It would still be kind of interesting to have to dock manually every time. But I guess the easy solution to that is just not buy a docking computer. And really, honestly, there's no way I would actually not want a docking computer. Manual docking is fun in this game, though. I would like to receive a rank.
You and your activities with some interest. Some have called for you to be recognized. I'm not displeased to present you with a new rank within the great god realm of the Paranid. As with all honors bestowed by the Paranid, this comes with worthy benefits.
Yeah, number one
Should you
benefit being able to buy
betray
nice
us, you will
stuff.
immediately lose these benefits, and shortly after, your life. As we have judged
Probably
you
should buy a
worthy,
police license
we
for these
do not
guys
foresee this as a likely
while I'm here.
possibility. You will henceforth go and enjoy the rewards we have gifted you. There are a number of organizations within our empire that will see our decision as a reason to approach you. With our blessing, you are expected to continue your honorable behavior. May the holy fires burn within you. Safe journey.
I think I will buy a police license. Just because it's cheap.
Safe journey.
And just in case they fix the police license bug at some point. It'd be nice to have. Now let's just go back to our ship and go down to the wharf and see what they have available in the way of small ship guns. Although we can check that remotely.
Nodin.
Get out of
Vanguard.
my seat. Okay. Size S. Thesis Vanguard. That's kind of a cool looking ship. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Probably because I haven't really spent much time looking at their ships. This one. I do like the way the Paranid fighters look. They're very slick and cool. Of course, the cooler version of this is the Maria. No, the Maria only has 2 engines and is somehow faster. Anyway, moving on. What I actually want to look at is what kind of weapons they have. Okay, burst rays. I probably want to get these. Let's see. Weapon output, sustained against a shielded target. They do 18 megawatts of hull damage. Effective range 1.8k. Somebody told me that the burst ray is strictly better than the, I'm gonna call it. Okay. Burst Ray versus Thermal Disintegrator Mark II. So this does 611 megajoules of surface element damage. Is that what I think that is? This does only 10 megajoules of hull damage. I'm guessing that's per hit. Yeah, per hit. At 6 rounds per second. So about 60, 65 megajoules of damage per second. Okay. So, a burst ray does... Where's its fire rate? It doesn't seem to list a fire rate. But it has this surface element damage number that's really high. Hello, Kirk. No luck with police licenses. Okay. Short range, low energy output against main shield and hull of a target makes burst rate an effective weapon for skirmishes, and a pinch use individual beams to deliver damage instantaneously. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like Burst Ray is a specialist anti-capital weapon. That is exactly what we want. So we're going to use those for the outer two weapons on the Chimera. Okay, I'm kind of torn, actually. I could do the outer two weapons and leave the inner three weapons for anti-fighter guns. Or I could do the inner single weapon as a burst ray. And do the outer four weapons for anti-fighter guns. Don't know which I want to do. Hello, Ash. Block. But it does look like its element damage is insane. So it might make sense to just have one of them mounted instead of multiple. Picture's looking sharp today. Was it fuzzy before? Sometimes the webcam doesn't want to focus right when it starts up, and I miss it and don't get it fixed. Okay, we're at 8 million. By the time we get to the shipyard, we're probably close to the money we actually need. We don't want to go to the shipyard. We want to go to the wharf. Yeah, if you ever see the webcam looking really fuzzy, just tell me and I can start it and restart it, and then it will come back up proper. One of these days, I will get a better camera. A real camera instead of a webcam. That costs money. But I'll see my Viking beard. It's not quite long enough to be a proper Viking beard. Fortunately, this is all the longer it ever gets. When I was younger, I had big dreams of a beard down to my belly button, and, well, that just isn't gonna happen. Hello, Colo. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and sell this fighter, just because I don't like it. I don't know where I'd buy new ones, though. If I ever wanted one of these for some bizarre reason. Because I think it's like Alliance of the Word or whatever owns this, and I don't know where an Alliance of the Word shipyard is. I know where their shipyard is, I mean, I don't know where their wharf is. Yeah, maybe we'll keep it. I don't know. Well,
Entering system. 2 grand.
for April Fools, Forgotten Weapons did a really well made video about Viking firearms. Jack made a MechWarrior video calling everything by the wrong name. I'm guessing accidentally. Or did you do it on purpose? I usually don't watch Shaq's stuff. He's too much of a squirrel for me. Have I played Deep Rock Galactic? No, I have not. I don't think I own it even. Although it looks like fun, and I'd like to play it at some time, but I just have never gotten an opportunity. Okay, let's see. 2 more jumps? Yeah, 2 more jumps.
Entering system. Open market.
Yeah. My family's always getting after me to trim my beard, and they're like, but why? That ruins the whole idea. I'll tell you guys a secret. You know why I have a long, bushy beard? Because I'm lazy, that's why. A lot more work to shave, or to trim it for that matter, than it is just to let it go wherever it feels like going. Hello, Survey. Welcome here. Here to join the collection of fools. I'm including myself in that, by the way. Let's see, 8.2. Yeah, we won't have enough by the time we get there, but it will be shortly thereafter. We can probably buzz around the area for a little bit or something.
Entering system. Zioth's Dominion. Autopilot disengaged.
Yeah, we just need a few more ships to deliver their loads, and we'll be able to buy the thing. Yay! I'll probably mount tau accelerators on all slots to start with, and then when I get down to Paranid space to mount the rays, I'll have to decide whether I want 2 or whether I want 1. Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost tempted to do 2 tau accelerators on the middle pair of slots, and then 2 plasmas on the outer pair, and a array in the middle. Because I do like dogfighting style where you line up, you're getting head-on pass, and then just nail them with the plasma as they go past you. It depends, I guess, on exactly how the ray fires. I can mount plasmas wherever I want. So if I don't like it with 4 tau accelerators, I can always swap a pair of them for plasmas later. Do I have 40mm mini nukes, so a one-tap crew? Yeah, I think AF.
We are pleased to welcome you aboard.
I was going to say I think AF has some of those, but
Hello there.
I don't actually think he does now that I think about it. I think they're just normal explosive ones. But I know he's pretty excited about them. Need 79 rep with separatists. Getting rep with separatists is going to be an issue. Seems like everything we do, we end up with negative rep with the separatists. I know AF wanted rep with the separatists, but then he basically let Bo piss it all away. Okay. Small. Chimera heavy fighter. I'm going to modify this gun load. 859. We have 865, so we almost have enough. I'm going to put tau accelerators in all slots for now. We'll take it down south and refit it. Okay. Actually, I could bring it into price range if I stripped off some of the consumables. We have 15. Yeah, we don't need 15 advanced satellites. We'll drop it down to 10. And we don't need 10 nav beacons. Oh, there's no reason to drop that down. Those are so cheap, it's silly. I do want a few normal satellites. Okay. They don't have enough engine parts or weapon components on hand. So, that's why I own a freighter. We're going to need to buy engine parts. Boom. Who sells engine parts in this galaxy for not too much money? And not too far away. Okay. There we go. Engine parts. Trade with Talati Engine Factory. Buy 1,000 of them. That's all we can carry. Trade with the Split Wharf. Sell engine parts. How many engine parts were we going to need for that? 1,200. This might be a problem. Getting enough engine parts up here is going to require multiple trips. Okay. Well, let's change this preset up a little bit. I'm going to leave the consumables alone, because by the time we can actually buy this thing, we will have enough money. Yeah, we'll just overwrite that loadout for now. Okay, nothing else I want to tweak about it, I don't think. Software's all maxed out. Shields are the best we can get here. Combat Mark IV engines. Engines are really expensive. You're really in the game to manufacture ship parts? Yep. I suppose if I really started pushing hard, I could get to it pretty quickly. Okay, so we've got... Yeah, our freighter right here is heading down here to pick up ship parts. Was it Grand Exchange 4? Yeah, Grand Exchange 4. We're getting a full load, which is only 1,000 parts. That's not going to be enough. Probably should have another freighter, but don't really have one available. Also, engine parts wasn't the only thing we were going to need. What was it? What was the other one? Weapon components. Okay. Yeah, the split have a bit of an economy issue. And it doesn't help that Family's Inn is slowly being flattened by Xenon. They don't really have any good places to mine except Family's Inn. And Family's Inn, I think this is another thing that makes the split weak. Family's Inn is the heart of their economy. And it's also right adjacent to Xenon. And they tend to get the shit kicked out of them pretty early here. And then they really can't rebuild losses because not only are their ships expensive because of the trying to use Mark IV engines, but they also can't really, what do you call it? But they also can't get the resources in the first place. I suppose if I did build a complex not too far away from the split and just focus on feeding their shipyard and wharf here, would probably change their fortunes considerably. Let's actually... Let's go expand the station a little bit. Drop a satellite next to it. And keep it in mind as a future idea. Also, plasma bores are quite good against exosuits. Seems like everybody has a plasma bore. What is the plasma bore used for fuel anyway?
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
To just use the batteries? Honestly, I think EK is kind of busted. It makes everything... It's got too many things that make stuff easy. The electric welder basically removes all need for having to worry about ethanol. And as a consequence, we have tons of ethanol all over the place. I know AF likes it, but aside from some of the placeable items, I wish we could just get rid of EK. I do like some of the placeables. But really, when it comes right down to it, gear containers, maybe. Crate racks, for sure. Other than that, I'm kind of meh on most of them. I do like a lot of them, but I don't really think we need them.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Like, the suit lockers and stuff are awesome, I guess. Battery chargers are awesome. That's because some ships have battery chargers in really dumb places. It'd be nice to just put one where people walk past a lot so they can swap their batteries as they go by. I don't know.
Split wharf.
84%. Missing something somewhere. It should be at like 90%, I think. Is this over here scanned? Hard to tell. No, it wasn't. Okay.
Short range transporter. B. Short-range split wharf.
89%. There's still something that's not scanned.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Generally, I tend to be a minimal mods kind of person, though. And I tend to, what mods I do use, I tend to pick really carefully.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Stop trying to make me land, you know. Okay, this isn't scanned. Where is it?
Civilian ship C.
Oh, it actually has a hitbox. Yeah, I think we've scanned everything around here, basically. We have 8.8 million now. Okay, let's order the fighter. We won't be able to build it yet because supplies aren't here, but hopefully if having it on order will keep them from just spending everything we deliver on their own stuff. Haha, fat chance. Okay. We don't actually have enough. Damn it, this is 8.9, not 8.8. We need one more delivery. One more delivery? Yeah, one more delivery. Should be enough. Okay.
Thanks for your help.
Well,
Thanks for your help.
good luck trying to get a banana. Because the clowns hate us quite a lot by now.
Docking aborted.
Alright. There's pretty much exactly zero chance that we're ever going to be friendly with the clowns. I've never really liked the clown faction in
Docking
Borrowed Trauma.
granted.
They always just seemed annoying.
Docking aborted.
Anyway, I think we've scanned everything that's possible to scan on here. Let's drop a standard satellite next to that, just so we can keep the wharf under supervision. Yeah, we'll just leave a standard satellite there. For a minute, I was thinking about dropping a advanced satellite instead. But I think I'll drop my advanced satellite over here instead.
Autopilot engaged.
But anyway. I'm really excited to get the Husk Ascension event. I think that was what that event was that showed up earlier.
Empty space.
If we can actually get it again properly. Then we should be able to... I'm not sure how it works. Maybe we can find a Funbringer 3000. Don't think that's going to happen. Do you even have... I thought that required a assistant skill. to make that. I'm pretty sure that requires an assistant skill. Okay. So we'll go ahead and drop a
Autopilot
thing here.
disengaged.
Okay. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but Yo-Yo pissed off a lot of the
Split
engineers.
wharf.
I guess he was stealing stuff from the engineer department. Their lockers. Which I didn't know they had anything worth stealing in those lockers, but anyway. I think... Was it just Dread or was it Dread and Bow? I don't remember. Have a super ship yet? Not quite, Ash. I don't have any capital ships either. You have 9 million now, so we can order the fighter. Chimera. Reset. I do believe this is set up correctly. Let's go down through here real quick. Mark III shield, Mark III combat thruster, Mark IV combat engine, Mark II tau accelerators, all the fun software. Okay, add to shop. List and confirm order. Okay. Now, we have a freighter on the way with supplies. Where is said freighter? It is just reaching Silent Witness 1. So it's going to be 1.5 years till it gets here. Okay. Well, hopefully it avoids the... Okay, there. Also, here's a data vault. Let's go take care of that data vault, maybe. Oh, wow. There's more than just a K there. There's 2 Ks there. How exciting. You're off to sleep? Well, see you later. Don't know if I actually want to bother with that. Not that far to travel. There's yet another K. Wow. Xenon are going nuts. Not sure why they're so determined to destroy this random medical supply factory in the middle of nowhere, but... Okay, so we need to deliver at least 1 load of engine parts, possibly 2 loads of engine parts. And some other fun stuff before we can get anywhere.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged.
Okay, wait a second. I don't have any satellites. I can't mark the... Let's repair our hull and buy a single satellite. And we'll go down and do that data vault while we wait for stuff to be delivered.
Docking granted.
So this thing is not very controllable.
successfully docked.
Okay.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
And we'll take 1 basic satellite. Actually, we'll take 5 basic satellites because they're really cheap. I won't buy any advanced satellites because why would we? Okay.
Autopilot engaged.
Off we go. So, our freighter, yes, Profit Center Alpha, right where I expected it to be. It's got about 3 more jumps. Probably should have put better engines on it, but I'm too cheap. So that'll be the first 1,000 so engine parts. Then we need to pick up another load. There really isn't anywhere closer to buy them, is there? There's lots of places to sell them, but nobody seems to be making engine parts.
Entering system. Open market.
Yeah. Closest place to buy them is Grand Exchange 4. Cheapest place to buy them is all the way down in Pyramid Space. Actually, it would probably be faster to buy them from there because you can just ride the highway all the way down. Yeah. Anyway. Once we get those hauled up, weapon parts. Let's see, who sells weapon components? There's a place just a little ways away that sells a few. Not very many, but just a few. We'll probably do a run to there next. That's not enough, though.
Entering system. 2 grand.
Okay. There's some down there in Pyramid Space. Don't quite want to go that far, though. Yeah, you know, actually, simple components like weapon parts, and engine parts, that kind of stuff. Kind of need them a lot around here, it seems. How much does a Split Mark IV small engine cost taking components anyway? Split small combat engine Mark IV. 710 engine parts. Holy. Whereas a Mark III only costs 107. No wonder they're so short all the time. It's almost 7 times the engine parts, and it's only like 3 times the animator converters.
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
That's insane. Okay. Clearly, building an engine parts assembly line in split space would be a giant moneymaker. What do engine parts require to build, anyway? Let's see. I don't have the knowledge. Okay. Oh.
Entering system. Silent witness.
Yeah, it's no wonder they need over 1,000 engine parts. Or they're that much short.
Autopilot disengaged.
Okay, so there are some Ks around here. It'd be best to avoid them. We're gonna do a quick scan of the data vault around the outside. See what it's got going on. Hopefully the Ks leave us alone.
Data vault.
Along with all their Ps and Ms and all that fun stuff. This is a different pattern than the previous several have been. I think I've seen this pattern before, though.
P.
Alright, listen here, you bastard. Was not quite what I wanted to get out of that. Okay, finally we're behind it. Sort of. I think it just thrustered. Could you please knock that off?
Hull damage.
Yes, I know my hull is damaged. That's because my shields keep going down. This is some sort of dogfight anyway. At least I have my shields up. Okay. It may not be particularly obvious, but that fight involved a very large amount of thrusting. To try to keep our nose pointed in the right direction. And there's a K coming here to ruin our day. Bastard, go away. You can't catch me. If I had the Chimera that I want, I would go start wrecking its day. I do not, however, have said Chimera. I don't know what it thinks it's doing, but it's not going to chase down a fighter, no matter how hard it tries. And I think it's actually trying, because it looks like it's turning toward me.
K. K.
Sure looks like it wants me. Unfortunately for it, I don't want it. Rank 9 with the Teladi. I don't think I want any Teladi weapons or anything, but it would be nice to have for later. Those Xenons, you never know who is hunting who. Oh, he looks like he's turning away. Did you find a juicier target? I am drifting sideways, but he's turning faster than I'm drifting sideways, so it's definitely not a case of... Put a little bit of reverse thrust on this.
K.
Yeah, he's going somewhere. And it's not to where I am, so we're good. Okay. Oh, he's turning around. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, so there's one target. I'm just gonna ignore the K for now. Kind of keep half an eye on him, but we'll let him do whatever antics he wants to get up to. Okay, there's no target on the bottom here. And none on there either. I think this over here is the only exposed target, which means the rest are all in compartments. I think something just shot at me.
K.
Yes, there was a K that was very close. Okay. Well, 3K, actually. Hey, guess what? You spent all the time getting up here? See ya. I didn't even turn my travel drive on. Sucks to be you. Okay. Our lovely little trade ship is arriving. I'll send this guy to pick up weapon components and bring them back after he's done with his first yeah. Then we'll need to do another run somewhere.
K.
They definitely want me. But I don't think they're going to get me. Okay, so after that trade run, we'll go down here to Holy Vision. We'll go pick up a couple of hundred weapon components. And then we'll go pick up as many engine parts as we can get. Then we'll come back up here and sell them all off again. Okay. Lure them into a trap. I'm not even sure what I could use as a trap. I could lure them close to a station, but then they're likely just to blow the station up rather than vice versa. Also, check us out, sucker. Good luck. If I can keep them pinned here for a while by letting them chase me around, then I'll be able to get my Chimera once it's built. I will send it under AI control. You'll get refitted with more different pew pew lasers, and then have it come somewhere over here where it can pick me up. Have it stop by at, oh, I don't know, a nearby-ish station. Let's see, where even are we? Silent Witness. Yeah, have it stop by at one of these stations around here somewhere.
K.
And then we can test the Chimera in proper combat. See how well its anti-component guns actually would work. And that will tell me whether I need to buy 2 of them or whether I can be fine with just 1. Although, we could just pop down to Pyramid Space and buy our own anti-component guns on this ship, and then come back up here
Autopilot engaged.
and try them out. And that will tell us whether we need 2 or 1 on the Chimera. Pew Pew Mark 1 or Mark 2 lasers? Well, Mark 2, of course. You never buy the Mark 1s unless you can't can't afford the Mark 2s. There's never a reason to go Mark 1s except price.
Requesting immediate backup.
For a second, I read that God Realm of the Paranid as God Realm of the Paranoid. Anyway, we're going to replace both of our current anti-fighter pew pew lasers with anti-capital ship pew pew lasers. And we're going to get our hull repaired. And then we're going to go back and say hello to those Ks. If we can strip them of their engines, so they're all sitting still, then we can just fly around and strip them down otherwise at our leisure. Until nothing remains.
Entering system. Right promise.
Hopefully that will fill all the time required until we can get the Chimera going.
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum. Autopilot disengaged.
Okay.
Docking granted.
There we go.
Successfully docked.
Upgrade and repair.
We are pleased to
Repair the
welcome
hull. Swap our guns for burst ray Mark IIs. And off we go. I don't think I've ever used these guns. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've never used these guns. They're specialist anti-capital ship guns. They do very little hull damage or shield damage. They do quite a lot of component damage, which is never a damage a damage type I've never seen before. There we go. They don't overheat too badly either. Okay. Also, they're quite short range, if I remember correctly. Something like 1.2 or was it 1.4K? Basically, they're point blank, you're on the surface of the capital ship type guns. And I have 2 of them. Yeah. As far as I can tell, they're a Paranet exclusive weapon. And they're definitely not from
Entering
mods.
system. Bright promise.
Okay, Silent Witness is where we're going.
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
Okay. Basically, I'm thinking about mounting one of them centrally on the Chimera in the middle gun slot.
Entering system.
But if I
Silent
decide that
witness.
one gun is not enough, which actually reminds me, I'm going to set these up so that I have one burst ray on each trigger. That's backwards.
Requesting immediate backup.
Entering system. Patikva's choice.
There. This way I could test if only one. Why did I go through to activities? Derp. Derp. Derpity derp derp derp. Okay. Oh look, there's the traditional Xenon defense station in Activa's choice. How shocking.
Entering system. Silent witness.
There are some places that are just meant to be owned by the Xenon, I think. Okay, so out here somewhere, we should still be able to find a couple Ks roaming around.
Requesting immediate backup.
Right in that area. They shouldn't have been able to wander off too far since I've been gone. There they are. Okay,
K.
that one is our target. Okay, let our shields recharge. And we'll dive down and blow the crap out of this thing. I'm going to use one laser to start. Okay. I think we can probably get away with only a single laser.
Danger.
Although 2 would be better for taking out the engines.
Danger.
Listen here, buddy. Your kind aren't welcome around here. Bonk. Okay. Okay, let's clear out, let our shields recharge, and then come at the new rear one. A different angle. They're a little too close and they're covering each other. I don't like that. I think I'd be okay mounting this center line and then maybe putting a couple plasmas on the outer slots. Since we're unlikely to get too involved in.
Oh, damn it.
Then again, having 2 of them is OP. Okay. Get our shields recharged. There's nothing stopping me from using my other guns too, though, is the thing.
Danger.
I do love having 2 of these, though. Man, you can strip the guns off capital ships so fast. That thing's basically gunless now. Not quite actually gunless, but basically.
Danger.
Okay, where's your side gun?
Let's see what you have for me today.
Oh, go away. I guess if you want to come say hi, that's
Have some
totally on
interesting
you.
cargo there. Dump the cargo.
If you want to come talk to the K's, be my guest. I might just stop stripping guns simply for you. Oh, he's coming out from below them. What a fool. These guns, they're something else. I need these things. Probably, I I am really torn on whether I want 2 or whether I want 1. Hello. Two would be very tempting. But honestly, 1 is probably all we need. Leave me alone.
Ejecting.
Damn it. Okay.
Emergency eject success.
Where's my last save? The ship is still very squishy. Let's see. 15:54. That's like 10 minutes ago. Yep. Oh well. That is the problem with more than 1K in an area. It is really easy to lose track of more of one of them and fly straight into its guns like a dumbass. But anyway, we wouldn't have been able to kill those Ks anyway. We'd be able to strip them of all their stuff and leave them sitting there. But killing them wasn't exactly in the cards. Those guns don't have enough oomph to go through the hull.
Center Alpha. Autopilot disengaged.
Okay, so this is while we were on the way to buy new guns, which we're not going to do now because I have already tested them in a different timeline. I think I'm going to get outside slots 2 plasmas, the next slots inward 2 tau accelerators, and then the center slot 1 burst ray. Because I do like having the burst damage of the plasmas for fighters. And then, under normal conditions, it'll be tau accelerators on primary fire, and then secondary fire will be plasmas. And then an optional mode to swap to the burst laser, or the burst laser together with the... I'm not sure. I have to think about it. But anyway, the burst laser will not be a primarily used weapon on any of the... except when we're going up against a capital ship. I might actually just have it so that the burst laser is on primary fire as well, but in a separate group. So if you're going up against capital, you just swap to the burst laser and burst lasers and plasmas. And then if you want a little more DPS while you're waiting for the burst laser to cool off, you can just swap up to the tau accelerator. And then probably a third slot that has all 3 together. Or if you're shooting something chunky like an engine. And then do something similar for secondary fire as well. So you can choose some combination of plasmas and burst laser if you want. Although I highly doubt I'd ever actually want to fire burst laser together with plasmas, because plasmas take a bit of managing if you want to use their cooldown effectively. But anyway. For now, they need 239 weapon components, which we're about to deliver about half of that. 330
T.
engine components. This thing already has its orders to go get the remaining components it needs. We just need to wait for the freighter to do its thing. In the meantime, let's go... Oh, what do I want to do? I could go waste more time shooting up the caves in Silent Witness. That just doesn't seem like a very useful use of my time, though. At the end of the day. Because of them packed together like that. I mean, if I really wanted to protect something in Silent Witness, that would be worthwhile and fun to do. However, I don't really care about Silent Witness. The Argonne Navy can go deal with that. And I don't want to have to deal with multiple Ks in close company if I don't have to. Or if there's not a strong incentive to do so. At least it doesn't look like they're wasting my engine parts on building something else. Is it? Probably not going to list those in the equipment list anymore. Let's see if we can get as much stuff as possible listed into our equipment list. I'm not sure how it decides what things have been discovered and what things have not been discovered. But anyway. What even are the Talati unique weapons? Muon Charger, maybe? Yeah. Range, high damage weapon. Unusual handling requires pilot to manually charge every shot. Oh, I hate that kind of weapon. Requires multiple bolts, relatively small spread, which are able to stick to the target and deal damage over time. Bolts are sometimes deflected off the target entirely, resulting in them dealing little damage. If used correctly, the Muon Charger will never overheat, allowing for continuous and consistent damage output. That would be interesting to experiment with, maybe. Get away from the highway so it stops being noisy. You usually spend your time exploring and dropping satellites to play this game, rarely any combat. Combat is pretty much the game for me. The economy exists to support the combat. Which I do like that it has an economy. Otherwise you'd end up with your standard kind of do the 100th identical boring copy of a go here, kill pirates mission. Like most well, most space games they tend to get a little samey after a while. Like, go here, blow that up. Yeah, you got paid. Okay, do it again, exactly the same, but with slightly harder enemies. In this, the economy gives you a reason to do what you're doing. And the universe simulation makes it so it's not just a bunch of fixed stations stuffed in somewhere. Things change. Freelancer is your ideal space sim, great combat economy, and very unique story. You know, the Freelancer economy, everything was fixed price, right? So once you knew what the best trade was, you could just do that trade over and over again, and it would always pay out exactly the same amount. Freelancer's a great game, but that was its weakest point, was the trading. Missions were okay, but it was the same basic couple of missions over and over again. I got old in a hurry. Where Freelancer did excel, though, was exploration. And its story was pretty good, too. I liked the Freelancer story quite a lot. I really wish it supported sticks, like at all. Unfortunately, it is strictly a mouse game. Although at some point I need to get it working on modern system and take it for a spin. Again. Although, long ago, I did pretty much everything there was to do in Freelancer. And explored pretty much everywhere there was to explore. And so nowadays, whenever I revisit it, it's mostly just to run through the story once and call it quits.
Mass transporter F.
Spiritual successor to Freelancer. Which one is this? Log. Okay. Let's just go and visit another station. Underspace? I think I've heard of this. Space shooters spend a little too much time trying to be vast. They really need to spend more time being detailed. And giving you places to explore that are interesting and have a story attached to them.
Mass transporter F.
A well-crafted well-crafted single-player story that takes you to defined places with defined characters. Basically all the things that a lot of space shooters are trying not to be. What is this thing? Oh, okay. Why is it just floating off in space by itself? Alright. I don't think the Teladi are interested in paying me for my services.
Microchip factory.
Thanks for your help.
Oh, okay. Here they go. I'd like to try to get the Teladi to +10 just so I can buy everything from them if I ever feel a need to. Yeah, everything except capital ships.
Mass transporter F.
Hey. Where you at, Buster? There we go. But anyway. Of course, the problem with revisiting Freelancer Replay Its Story would be that I could basically, if I sat down and thought about it for a second, I could pretty much recite the whole story beat for beat. Yeah, it's kind of a thing I liked about Chorus, too. Which reminds me I need to finish playing that game soon. It was a story-driven space shooter. A bit arcadey. The side missions are a bit uninspired. But that's kind of a perennial problem with space shooters the world over. But actually, a lot of its side missions are much better done. I just kind of pass them off, I just kind of wave them off as uninspired, but that's not really true. A lot of them were unique. They weren't just the same repeat of go here, blow up ships over and over again. They were fully voiced, most of them, with unique lines for that mission, even though it was just a side mission.
P.
And they weren't, I mean, there were random enemies that pop out of space here and there. Okay, that just docked. Or, no, that was P flying on the highway, wasn't it? Anyway. I don't necessarily like the setting very much. It's just kind of weird for weirdness' sake, as far as I can tell. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I never really got into Freelancer multiplayer in any way. Largely because, surprise, surprise, I didn't have internet at the time. I did play a few Freelancer mods, though. Strictly single player, or with a single player server. Because there were some multiplayer only mods that I kind of wanted to play. Unfortunately, the thing with modded Freelancer was, particularly with modded Freelancer that was just single player, it was like kind of pointless. Because by the time I got to it, I had already explored everything. It wasn't really much fun to re-explore an area you already explored once. And this is kind of a thing that my ideal space shooter would have a problem with. Is that you kind of have to accept that replayability isn't going to be a thing. Or not as much of a thing as people want it to be. Because a really, really good single-player experience. The gameplay may be fun, sure. And ideally the gameplay is a ton of fun. And ideally people will want to replay it just for the gameplay. But if it's heavily story-focused enough, then once you've played through the story a time or two and you know it already, a lot of the attraction will be gone. Because you already know the story. Sure, it's fun to play. But you can't re-experience the story for the first time again.
Mass transporter F.
But also, at the same time, no amount of randomness is ever going to really solve that. Because you can't make truly interesting places to explore that are random. Because if you have a giant sea of random content, nobody cares. It's not worth exploring. Bonk. It's hardly worth experiencing. That's really the problem with roguelikes. Or, you know, the whole roguelike idea is applied to a space sim, in my opinion. Is that, why explore?
Thanks for your help.
It's just yet another random system full of random uninspired bullcrap. No Man's Sky kind of has that issue. Oh, No Man's Sky is pretty much that issue, just that issue, the game. Which is why I have exactly zero interest in playing that. So really, X4 with its designed universe full of randomly changing events is almost a sweet spot. It's got just enough change in there, like sometimes the Xenon go nuts in this area and sometimes it go nuts in that area. You know, okay, that's a little bit of just enough of a tweak to keep it unique per run. But there's things are designed enough that it's interesting to explore them. Because you don't just have a giant mass of exactly the same systems. Although there are those little too samey sometimes in places. But what this game is missing is the really good story. It's got a story, and it's okay. But it just doesn't really have a super solid, really engaging, really exciting to play single-player storyline that pulls you through the whole game. And really it can't, by the way it's designed. Or at least these developers could never make it. But anyway. So far, the perfect space sim has not been made. Freelancer comes really close. But then Freelancer falls apart when it comes to replayability. But ultimately, I would rather sacrifice replayability than I would sacrifice the other aspects. Alright, how are things going with our shipments? There's 69 weapon components short. Not nice. The Vulture Sentinel is in Cardinal's Redress. It's just picked up weapon components and it's going up here to pick up engine components. And then it will head over and out soon. I could order it to skip that step, but I'm not going to. So it's a race between NPCs delivering the engine components, or the weapon components, and my ship getting there with them. I'm hoping Starfield has good spaceship combat. But I'm not going to hold my breath. If it has mediocre, at least, starship combat, not actively bad, and if the story is at least up to Bethesda standards, which, aka serviceable but not amazing,
S.
I'll be happy. Elite Dangerous has potential. They hate space trucking for a few days just to lose all your money, lose a ship. Yeah. I'm not really attracted to multiplayer space shooters very much. Elite Dangerous probably sounds like it might be kind of fun, just in that apparently it's got a quite tight flight model and all that stuff. Be fun to play around with, but I don't really enjoy trading in space sims very much. Don't really enjoy space trucking. I enjoy shooting things and exploring. Bonk. Like when Star Citizen was first announced, I was really excited about the Squadron 42
Mass transporter F.
thing. Oh cool, it's gonna have a story and all this stuff. And then it became pretty obvious to me shortly thereafter that they weren't trying to go for a cool single player experience. They were gonna go for space MMO, which immediately killed almost all of my interest. I'm still mildly interested in Squadron 42, but it's becoming increasingly obvious that they don't care about that at all. And nowadays, of course, my interest in Star Citizen is basically zero. They're basically an NFT marketplace for spaceship fans. Yeah, I never really played any of the classic Wing Commander games. Well, I did play Wing Commander Prophecy on Game Boy Advance as a kid, if that counts. Not exactly top tier space shooter action there. I think I had the original Wing Commander runnable in DOSBox at one point, but I never did sit down and actually get it working properly. I don't know why I'm hanging out around this station, just randomly, talking about random crap. Probably because there's nothing better to do until we get the Chimera. I could go explore or something, but... nah. Now, lack of replayability isn't really a problem when you get right down to it. Free Space 2, which I was going to play and then discovered that it only supports a single stick. And then I didn't really feel like sitting down and creating a giant custom config to make it work with dual sticks. I'd have to use a virtual stick and map everything over to from the real ones to the virtual one, and then use the virtual one, and that kind of killed my excitement for it. But I played through a whole bunch of that eons ago, when mouse and keyboard was all I had. I was kind of interested to revisit it with sticks, but that's quite a good game, and that's entirely mission-based, no open world or anything. There's nothing inherently wrong with a mission-based shooter. That, and there's some pretty cool mods for it. Or base game, or new games built on the engine, for that matter. I've never played Free Space 1, though. Well, that's not quite true. I've played for the Free Space 1 missions that have reported to Free Space 2. Because there's data packs you can get that have the Free Space 1 campaign ported to Free Space 2. Which is pretty cool. Complete with improved graphics and all that fun stuff. Ah. But anyway. Basically, I'd really like to have a space shooter with a smallish, not too small, but you know, just reasonable sized, but very detailed world. Full of things to explore and find, and with nice
Mass
tight
transporter
combat.
F.
And not too much, or really well made cinematic story, and not too much randomly generated filler bullshit. Like, every side mission should be unique. No random go to randomly chosen location Y and kill 10 randomly chosen fighters from this faction type missions. Every mission should be uniquely handmade. Sure, there'll be go to location Y and kill 10 fighters, but it'll be go to location Y for this reason, kill 10 fighters around this thing. They're here for this reason. You're there to stop them for that reason. Unique voice lines for the whole thing. Possibly a branching choice or two. All of which affects your reputation with different factions. And depending on your reputation with different factions, you may or may not be able to do certain paths in the main quest. And
Kural Kami.
basically, I want a really excellent RPG that just happens to also be a space shooter.
S.
And you know, I don't really know why that doesn't exist. Probably because nobody really has perceived that there is a market for such a thing. Basically, make an action RPG. A really good action RPG. But instead of looking over your character's shoulder while they swing a sword, you're looking out of a cockpit and shooting guns. Cool spaceship guns. I would loathe playing the Battletech game by Hairbrained.
M.
I'm guessing that has a great deal of randomly generated missions. Or is it something else, some other reason? Once again, Of the games I've played, Freelancer probably comes closest to the ideal. But it does have those in between its story beats, it has long periods of where you're supposed to just go make money, and the ways to make money end up being pretty boring. There are games I like that have bad or little story. But if a game has a story, it tends to make it better. Okay. They have not started constructing my Chimera yet. The Vulture is in $2 grand. So it's just got a couple jumps to go. And they're still missing 69 weapon components. Not nice. But we will have our new fighter shortly-ish. We should probably start leaving to head that direction to pick it up soon-ish. Oh. Also, I'm not sure why I have service crew on this thing. They must be asleep. It's kind of, service crew are kind of weird. Sometimes they act like they can't repair anything, and sometimes they have the hull full in seconds. I wonder if it's just entirely based on their skill. If their skill's under a certain amount, they can't repair the hull or something. Or maybe it's because it's not left docked long enough or something somewhere. But I think they can just repair in space. That doesn't make any sense.
Mass transporter F.
Anyway, we'll blow this thing up if we can, and then we'll head to go pick up the Chimera. Or to escort the freighter to go pick up the Chimera. Whatever. Loots. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's see. What are the various controls we have here? We reached rank 10 with the Teladi. I don't feel like flying over there and dealing with that right now. We'll go ahead and set that to inactive for now. Go ahead and lock on to the Vulture. Our guidance to object. There we go.
Thanks for your help.
And let's go escort it to its destination. Now we're done with that, we'll probably have it go park itself in 18 billion maybe? Back where it was. Your crew level equals the amount of hull that can be repaired. Okay, that explains why it's stuck where it's at then. So we just need to level them up more. Which I think would be best done by taking more damage and then letting them repair it up to the point where they can't anymore. But I don't really care about them that much. Come on, autosave.
Entering system. 2 grand.
Go ahead and get lined up on our destination. right like that. In any case, hello, Dr. Reed. Welcome here. Okay. Actually, our service crew isn't terrible. Got relatively skilled crew. Pilot's not terrible either. I think they gave us some service crew and a Marine or something like that. And I made the Marine, or no. No, we just grabbed a service crew and gave him some... Yeah, it was a different ship I'm thinking of. I think. Anyway. I don't know why you'd ever put a Marine on a fighter, but...
Entering system. Open market.
Service crew can repair on small ships? I think so. You can put service crew on small ships. And I've had my ships repair themselves before, I thought.
Vulture. Sentinel.
But I can't actually say 100% for sure, I guess. Unfortunately, this is a medium ship, so we can't catch a ride. And the only way we can keep up with it is thrusters. If it was a large ship, we could just go right up to it and hitch a ride, no problem. They removed the repair ship on small ships from one of the patches. I didn't play before the Terran DLC was released. And I swear I've seen some of my small ship, you know, my own piloted small ships repaired. Well, then why do they even have the option to put service crew on them? Anyway. Just go on ahead through here. They will catch up eventually.
Entering system. Zioth's Dominion.
What is this station? Oh, it's a defense platform. Okay.
Civilian ship B.
I guess that isn't the worst design I've ever seen for a defense platform. Boom. Yeah, what do they have? That's weird looking. And this side's all the docking arms. I kind of like the split stations, but I can't imagine that they'd be very easy to design. Like, I'm reasonably certain that this trilobe thing doesn't allow vertical connection.
Thank you. Thanks for your help.
Well, this one does. That's in the admin center, I think. Or wait, is the admin center this part up top here, maybe? Okay, so what's this bottom bit? Is this part of the admin center as well? Possibly. Seems likely. Yeah, okay, so the admin center has a tri-lobe bottom on it. Looks like it could be attached vertically from the bottom. But it doesn't, notably, it does not look like you could attach something at the top of it. Okay. It does look like you could attach the dock here vertically. Let's go find another station that's larger. Looks like the split stations are going to have to be more branching. And of course everything is tri-lobe instead of four-lobe, which makes them more interesting for sure. I thought for sure we would have this fighter by at least an hour ago. But delivering the resources just takes time, I guess. Oh, okay. So this is using a this is building vertically around a large or E-shaped harbor. Okay. Container storage. Container storage. Large parlor. Okay. That's why this station's really vertical. Okay.
Civilian ship C.
Please halt. We will be scanning your cargo hold. Scan shows nothing. You go.
Alright, let's head over to the wharf. Our friendly local cargo ship should be there any minute now. Actually, it's there already. So as soon as it unloads, we should get the Chimera start constructing. Then we can dump our crappy old ship and pick up the fancy new ship. The sooner the better. Then we're gonna fly down to
Thanks for your help.
oh, Baroned Space
Thanks for your help.
and buy a couple of things. Okay, so they do have a connector that is both vertical and horizontal. Or is this another... This is another split wharf. I think? Or, not wharf. Whatever. Okay, here. What is this? Base connection structure 3. Okay, so it does have a connector that is both vertical and horizontal. But it's a four-way with long arms on... And two of the ways are vertical.
Docking granted.
That's two vertical and two horizontal. Oh, and here's a... Okay. No, that's an admin center. Okay. And that's sitting on one of those.
Docking aborted.
And this is... Yeah, okay, that's interesting. The split stations... They don't appear to have a vertical four-way. Where it's four-way with two... Or, you know, six-way, I guess you'd call it. They have this thing. And they have the admin center, which is basically just a tri-lobe with a bottom connector. Okay.
Docking granted.
Looks like our Chimera is being built somewhere along here. Alright, let's dock and go check it out. And there's the autosave. Okay. I'm guessing those ships that lifted aren't mine. And that this one down here that hasn't lifted probably is mine. Yep. Got the cool logo on it. Isn't it beautiful? An actual ship after all this time.
Chimera.
Out of my seat, please. Thank you.
Hello.
Would really quite enjoy having the lighter hull mod on this, but alas, not yet. At some point in the future, we'll have to unlock all that stuff. So this isn't necessarily going to be the most maneuverable ship in the world. But it will have strength and power going for it. As well as being not terrible. Okay. It's a tank, and it's actually not going to be much less maneuverable than what we had before. I think it's a little tiny bit less. It's faster. At least it's faster than what we had before, as what we had before was configured. We could configure it to be better than what it was. But anyway. So now I should start saving money so I can start working on getting the HQ research going so I can get teleportation. Probably teleportation 1 and 2, and then focus on getting the ship upgrades unlocked. Hull upgrades probably first so we can get the light hull. Because it'll make everything better. And then engine upgrades next. To get more raw speed out of this monster.
Entering system. Open market.
But anyway. We have 4.2 million. And really all we need to do to the Grand Exchange headquarters is add some storage. Let's go ahead and slap some container storage on it. Okay. This is the new rotation and stuff widget, which is amazing. I love it. It tells you how many degrees you rotated it to. I hold shift, it snaps. Beautiful. Okay. That's 2 small container storages. Let's make it 4, actually. Copy module, boom. Copy module, boom.
Entering system. 2 grand.
Confirm changes. We'll go ahead and give it a bit of money. Like, yeah, that's plenty. And then we will assign or hire a builder, aka we will hire a builder. And there we go. All right. I looked at the station construction threads in the EOSoft forum. Nope, I don't usually mess around in the forum. But I do believe there are some amazing designs there. Small ships will still repair if you have crew on them. Yeah, that's what I thought, survey. Slow as hell, though. No. That's acceptable.
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
Need to get that crew trained somehow. Okay, so let's see. We've got a little bit of time on the highway to get there, and then, yeah. Then we're going to put plasmas on the far outside, and a, I could have installed the plasmas right away, but I had bought it already. I wasn't sure what weapon configuration I wanted at the time I paid for this. Yeah, I think we're gonna go plasmas in the far outside, and then the center line will be a burst ray or whatever it's called. Because I want to do the raw DPS the plasmas offer. What is the autopilot doing?
Autopilot.
Autopilot?
Disengage.
Cease your weirdness. It's not that hard to get on the highway. There we go.
Entering system. Bright Promise.
So that should give us through the shield's punch to take out things like shield generators on large ships.
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum.
It should give us hard hitting punch for both taking out components, which technically would be better to have more burst rays for that, but it'll also give us the flexibility of having hard hitting punch for anti-fighter. So you get to, when you get in a head-on-head with a Xenon, you can nail them with plasma
Docking granted.
as they come in.
Successfully docked.
Okay. Upgrade repair.
Pleased to welcome you aboard.
Guns. We want the center mount to be a burst ray Mark II. And the outer mounts want to be plasma cannon Mark IIs. I could... Part of me wants to give the blast launcher another try. I don't think they sell the blast launcher here. Yeah. I think it's a parented weapon, but the other parented. But I didn't like the way the blast launcher tracked. Yeah, we'll see if this is better. In any case, they're going to pay us for this privilege. Yeah. So I'm not sure what my rep is with Hop. It should be... Oops, that's the wrong thing. It should be not terrible. Yeah, we're +8. We could go get the blast launcher. It has more DPS, but... Let's add it to our encyclopedia and then let's do some checking on things. Boom. Blast mortar. There we go. Okay. What I want to check is something that's not going to show me here, which is why I was going to add to the encyclopedia. Military weapons. Small blast mortar Mark II. Okay. Does it actually not show gimbal speed here? Projectile speed is 1400 meters a second. Effective range is 3.3, but that's not what I actually wanted. Check. Like the plasma has a slower projectile. Sure, okay, I don't care about that. What I care about is it feels like it takes forever for the blast mortar to rotate. Whereas it feels like the plasmas take less time to rotate, and therefore are more likely to stay beyond the target when you're actually ready to fire. But it could just be that... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, now we need to do gun setup. Okay. And then for you, we'll do the same exact configuration. Okay. So here we have pew pew pew, we're shooting a fighter type setup. And here we have pew pew pew, I'm shooting something that I don't want to waste my where I call it's on. And here we have just die please, I don't care. And similar for the plasmas. Although I highly doubt I'll ever use any of those extra modes for the plasmas. Really surprised they haven't added any gimbal to the mass drivers. They're hopeless at the moment. Yeah. I tried mass drivers. Like, oh, that sounds like a really cool weapon. Nope. Really terrible weapon. Okay, so we've got the cool ship. Now, let's go start doing Boron quests. Okay. Where do they want us to go? Okay. It doesn't actually say the name of the system they want us to go to. I think I know where they want us to go though, but we'll find our way there via the usual methods. I have no medium or large. Well, I do have a medium ship, I guess. Some miners. But they're all of the more boring nature. Speaking of which, let's move our medium freighter down here.
Entering system.
It'll be on hand.
Promise. Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
Okay, looks like we have freighters coming in to drop off everything we need to build what we plan to build here. Nice. I doubt I'll name any medium freighters or miners after anybody.
Entering system. Silent witness.
But large miners, large freighters, and maybe if I get any medium combat ships, maybe. Why did I just get off the highway without doing anything? I would request that not happen again. Hello, Dread. Okay.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
Tempted to go blow up some Xenon, but we'll get to plenty of that later, I'm sure. You're playing some Crab Champions, got your first win, first run, and second win on the third run? Okay. What was the difficulty? Were you playing on easy? Nah, I'm sure you're on normal or nightmare. In any case, congratulations. What do you think of the game? Do you like it? Also, we missed our turn. Derp. Playing on normal to have all the weapons? Yeah, normal's a lot easier than Nightmare, but it's still not easy. Really gives your wrists some pain. Yeah. Requires an active hand, that's for sure. That is the only drawback of it in my mind.
System. Morning Star.
Pretty sure this gate straight across is the one we're going for. Anyway. It's a lot of fun to play, but after you get a few hours spent in it, like, okay, I need to go do something else now, my hand hurts. Heretic's End, which is, I think, the very next system after this. It was always kind of an empty, useless place. First shop at a health totem and got 800 plus health both runs. Yeah, health totems, well, they're either amazing or they're horrible. Rarely anywhere in between. At least those are the ones that you remember. The ones that you get to high health and then it cranks it back down to nothing before finally breaking. Those you don't remember so well because, oh, okay, yeah, I end up straight where I came from, but the ones where you go from 2,000 health to like 200 health because you kept rolling, hoping that would fix itself.
Entering system. Heretic's End.
Those are the ones you remember. I really need to play more Crab. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Do a little Crab tomorrow. Little Red Alert 2 on Tuesday. More X4 on Wednesday. We'll see. Also helped when you had a legendary totem. Got 4 legendary skills without losing any health. Okay. Lucky bastard. What, you were just able to make 4 pulls in the legendary totem before it broke? That's really unlikely that it would let you do it that many times. I mean, I've had it happen before where I could pull twice on a legendary totem, but 4 times? Wow. Clearly that run was blessed.
I'm delighted to see that everyone has made it. Explorer, please fall into formation to accommodate the remaining attendees.
So many ships! I cannot believe we are actually here, ready to witness something truly historic.
The Terran Secret Service has been alerted to potential gate activity. The Intervention Corps has been ordered to undertake a threat assessment with regard to the potential impact on Sol territories. We can only guarantee everyone's safety as long as the expedition remains close to the intervention fleet. However, we advise everyone to stay clear of our firing arcs.
Initial scans indicate some activity. We will need to get closer for a more thorough read on the situation.
I wonder what could be on the other side of this gate.
The gate nacelle and interface with it to initialize a direct data stream for our onboard science team.
Affirmative. Approaching the jump gate.
You enjoyed the crossbow with Aura shot? I was not impressed with the crossbow the time I used it, but I bet Aura shot would make it good. Like the
scanner.
Oh, what's it called again?
Accessing nacelle.
That one that launches blobs of stuff
Data stream is initialized.
in a small arc. That thing is just busted with Aura shot,
It looks like
and I really don't like it otherwise.
fall back. The energy is spiking.
Battle stations, prepare to engage. Nothing? Well then, Intervention Corps, prepare for traversal.
The expedition shall follow close behind. Mission specialist.
I don't think I ever used Mace shot.
Outpost to derive a complete reading of the gate's
I always had
coordinate
something
data.
better to grab whenever
On
it was there.
sir. Godspeed, everyone.
Get out of my way. Let go of my controls so I can go through first. See ya, suckers.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
Okay.
Preliminary scans indicate that this system is uninhabited. No sign of boron or any other kind of life, biological or artificial.
This cannot be true. Are you certain that the sensors are not malfunctioning? It has been so long. I really thought this might be the day I finally reconnect.
Surprise! They reconnected the wrong gates.
Take heart, Boron Exile.
We'll see.
You may yet be a step closer to your reunion.
There might be more gates here.
Explorer, we need some detailed system mapping. The task is in your hands. There is much to learn
Okay.
here.
Hey, random dude who just showed up. Take your ship and go explore. Okay, where are we at? Over here. Let's go drop a satellite somewhere. Or how about no, let's not drop a satellite somewhere. Let's go drop a ping over there. I wonder what Aura shot would be like on a minigun. Because it is per shot. It doesn't have a cooldown. That's a scary thought.
Preliminary data has identified some points of potential interest. We are having trouble logging on to exact locations at this range. See if you can pinpoint them for us.
Okay, let's sail around and ping periodically. There's a something over there.
Hold on. I think I am picking up.
If you can get... Okay, minigun...
Never mind that. Nothing of interest here. This system's peculiar conditions make getting accurate readings.
Minigun's
rather
quite good
troublesome.
with sharp shot. Because its base damage is like very low.
Cut it, sir.
But sharp shot more than doubles
Our
it.
team confirms that the Heretics End Gate
More like
does
triples or
indeed contain
quadruples.
the coordinates to the Kingdom End system. The timing cannot be coincidental, can it? Just after we received word from the Boron? Is it possible that their experiments were somehow related to the gate reinitialization?
There's a derelict ship. That's a boron ship.
Conclusive. The fact of the matter is that this is definitely not Kingdom End. Interstellar messenger drones are not the fastest form of communication. We do not know what has occurred on the boron side since their last message. Theoretically, a connection between the two gates is possible.
That's definitely a boron ship.
It could well be that the systems were linked in the distant past.
Yes. Unfortunately, a theoretical compatibility does not mean much in itself. If activating or reprogramming these gates were easy, I am certain I would have overcome the challenges long ago.
The split didn't exactly give you a choice over your research focus. Could this be the boron? Could they really have unlocked jump gate technology?
Perhaps.
I thought the Terrans built their own jump gate. That's what the lore says anyway.
Any further hypothesis
Anyway.
mere speculation. Until we have more evidence, keep your ideas off General Comms. If you must elaborate your theories, feel free to put them in writing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's never a case where you don't want all you can eat.
Could that be?
By the Trinity, a boron vessel.
I should put the
My instinct says we should take a closer look.
latest patch notes
I
in
think you should
my
suit up
Discord
and
or something.
investigate. Your ship's sensors
Because they changed a
might
bunch of
pick up
stuff in a
the
recent
energy
patch.
signature amongst the debris.
For example, green dice is no longer a thing. Now it's called gold dice. And works a little differently and is a rare mod. Or not rare mod, but a legendary mod. Okay, what do those fools want again? I'm too busy talking over them. Enter spacesuit. Okay, so they want us to check out the derelict ship. Well, let's park a little more centrally.
Hello. Chimera.
See if you can repair the panel to gain access.
Well, I guess if I knew where the panel was... Oh, there it is.
Derelict ship.
Probably should have flown over there. In the ship instead of in the suit, but oh well. You know what? Screw this.
Chimera.
Let's get back in the ship, fly over to the panel. And then get out of the ship.
Docking granted.
Okay. Out of my seat, please. Okay, where is this panel? Somewhere around here, anyway. We'll just get out right here. Anyway. Okay.
Autopilot. Engage. Autopilot. Disengage.
What? There's a new mod that affects totems, though. Apparently, it is, quote, really busted, end quote, with health totems. Which I can believe. Because if you get enough stacks of plus totem loot, and then use a health totem, so you get the positive reward every single time. Okay, there's where we need to go. So is that a purple or a blue mod? I don't remember from the patch notes. Blue. Okay, that's even more busted than expected. Yeah, and gold dice is yellow, which means good luck. But still.
Running decryption and reconstruction algorithm. The data is woefully incomplete, but it appears that this was an outpost of some manner. There are signs of an attack from several directions. It seems that the operators would have had little, if any, time to react. How frustratingly peculiar. I am forwarding all of this to our esteemed expedition commander. Perhaps he can garner more clues. I have my doubts, though.
Stopping granted.
Alright, let's go find another point of interest. My seat, please.
Greetings.
Okay, where do I want to go next? Over here.
Explorer, you have an unidentified ship on an intercept trajectory. This is our first contact in the newly opened network. We have no idea of who they are, or their intentions. Investigate, and if possible, make contact, but maintain vigilance.
Oh my! Aliens!
Oh no, a
Do
boron.
not be afraid. I shall disengage my armament. Greetings. I am so pleased to make your acquaintance.
Incredible! Finally, contact with our aquatic allies. Bosota, are you receiving this?
What did you say? A boron? Truly? A living, buoyant boron? Are my ocular sensor organs deceiving me?
That's a cool
Allow me
looking
to
ship.
introduce myself. I am Bozota, and I can barely recall another boron face. I have been riven from my people for that long. Will you please deign to share your time with me?
That's quite a nice looking little ship, actually. I kind of want it.
I am Mila T, adventurer extraordinaire. I would be delighted to spend time with you.
As appointed delegate of the Alliance of the Word, please allow me to extend my greetings to you and your people. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Mila T.
I do not have any official capacity as such, but it is marvelous to be seeing actual people from beyond the disconnected gates. How did you get here? Has a gate reopened? Are we connected once more? Oh, I knew it would have to happen eventually. What joyous news!
Momentous news indeed, although we are less than clear on how this has occurred. There was speculation that the boron triggered the gate reinitialization. Messages from your scientists indicated that they were working on such a task. Please, can you direct us towards Kingdom End?
You were in contact with Kingdom End? That is marvelous news. It has been decades since we were cut off.
Oh.
We have heard nothing all that time. The severing of the connection with Nishala has been indescribably distressing
Oh
for all
no.
of us.
We have found another pocket
Turmoil.
of unconnected boron.
To meet a fellow boron joy. But to find that you, too, are cut off from the homeworld is a misery.
More than you know, Bosotar. We have all mourned this loss.
But without access to Kingdom End, your queen and parliament, how do you govern yourselves?
After the severance, there was a period of chaos, until a royal steward was appointed. I have had dealings with him. It would be my pleasure to make an introduction.
We must make haste. There is much to be discussed
Well,
with your
not what we
leadership.
were looking for.
Follow me, you cavalcade of curious creatures.
Okay.
Boron society not headed by a queen? This is somewhat hard to fathom.
Indeed, Bosotar. From your own experience, you understand the pain of separation. I doubt other species appreciate the biological depth of our harmonious societal interconnection. It was worse than it is now. It used to be
Unfortunately,
that all our systems were isolated. Severed.
you
not
are
just from
slow,
Kingdom End, the
and
Queen
I
and
am
her
fast.
Peninsula, but also from each other. Fortunately, several of our systems reconnected to each other eventually,
There we go.
but none received word from home. Reorganization became a necessity. The provinces adrift, as we call ourselves, were only ever intended to be temporary. But under the royal steward,
Well, I
it
guess
had
that now
developed
we have
into a
discovered that we
comprehensive
have
governing body.
the second Boron faction, because of course there's two factions for every race.
Given up on Kingdom End. Your communication with the homeworld is momentous in the extreme.
I didn't really consider the implications that there would be, you know, every other race has two separate factions. So of course there would be two Boron factions. Also, they may accelerate slowly, but they're faster than me. I'm not sure how I appreciate this. I've heard that the Boron ships are very maneuverable. I need to get one to try out for myself.
Goodness. Someone from beyond our realm. Surely this indicates that our reports are correct. The once dormant gate has indeed resumed its function.
That looks like a freighter.
And brought our province into alignment with our erstwhile allies. You must realize what this means. All the resources of the Commonwealth are now within reach. At long last, a chance to end the shortages. Pick up the pace.
Okay.
I must warn you, the provinces adrift are not awash with the luxuries of the old kingdom. The pain of severance
That's
has
kind of a
been
cool looking
constant,
freighter,
but
must
our
say so
economy
myself.
has also suffered. The shortages of essential goods have cut deeply. Reconnection with the network may alleviate some of these issues, at least.
There's a Boron station. Kind of cool looking.
Mila T, you bring us guests, outsiders, with a fleet no less. What have you been up to?
More than that, Royal Steward, I bring momentous news. The fleet, this Paranid-led fleet, it came from the Dormant Gate in watchful gaze. They have communicated with Kingdom End. They have no Kingdom End gate, but they have communication. We are connected to the network once more.
Hello, hello. Welcome here.
If
the delegation seeks an audience, may I?
Yes, of course. There is so much to discuss, so much to consider.
Royal Steward, would it be in order for me to accompany the delegation?
I am sure you have other things to do. Diplomacy is not the same thrill as exploration.
Please, Royal Steward, with your permission.
Let's go take a look at this ship.
By all means.
It looks like a
accompany the
destroyer.
delegation.
Explorer, you have displayed some usefulness thus far.
Oh, this is pretty cool looking.
Joining us in meeting the Royal Steward. I may have need of your insights.
Obviously, cool looking does not mean it has good combat performance, but...
You have clearly made an impression on the expedition commander. I sense you are becoming
Oh, and
more
here's...
central to his plans. Join
Okay.
the delegation.
There's docks.
Royal Steward. have some experiments to attend to, though I shall keep an eye on you.
Yeah. Does it have similar docks on the other side? I didn't see any. Yeah, okay, it does. Okay. Well, let's go dock at this guppy.
Docking granted.
Wants to dock on the other side. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool.
Successfully.
A boron capital ship. In all my days. A perfect equilibrium of function.
I do like the way the docking works for that, where it just slides in from the side.
My current abode is penurious in comparison.
I want one of these. Just because it's awesome. But anyway. Let's go see what the bridge is like.
Awaiting order.
My ropalium near explodes with the joy of welcoming esteemed visitors. This historic occasion is the first of its kind. I am Leda V, Royal Steward of the Provinces Adrift.
This looks kind of like a
On
split
behalf of
bridge
Her
almost.
Majesty the Queen, and as her loyal servant, it is my profound pleasure to welcome an emissary of the Paranid
Also, I'm surprised it's
And
not
once
flooded.
business is out of the way, I
But I
insist you join me.
know why they didn't. Because it'd be too hard to do, probably.
Royal Steward Leda Wee,
Because they would have to make
for your most gracious welcome.
a way to have everybody who's not boron a way to walk around.
No Empire emissary. I represent the Alliance.
It'd be really cool though if they had like a force field bubble on the ground that ran between a couple areas, and then there were a separate set of boron and non-boron control stations, and the boron all floated around above the area, but that'd be way more work and
I am compelled to
not
reiterate,
worth doing,
I
probably.
cannot speak for the Paranid authorities, though we do bring news which may bring joy. We have been in communication with Kingdom End. Limited fragile communication, but communication nevertheless. Some months ago, we received word from your homeworld. It was heartening to discover that the Boron Core has survived the shutdown, and learn of their most ambitious endeavor. Their entire scientific resources are focused on understanding and manipulating Jumpgate technology. We humbly request your permission to investigate the dormant Jumpgates in your territory, and to set up a scientific outpost in the region, should that be required.
There are so many implications to consider. This really is momentous.
Yeah.
I am afraid I must decline your request, for now. We cannot be precipitous.
By the glistening waters of Nishala.
I fail to understand. We ask for no more than your permission. We certainly have no wish to be a drain on your resources.
Leda Wee, they are trying to connect us with Kingdom End. They have communications.
Neela T, this obsession with finding home is entirely yours.
Yeah, I was about to say, they don't want to reconnect with Kingdom End.
Gallivanting around the galaxy in search of miracles, but I have responsibilities. I have the welfare of billions of souls to consider. Our guests have already made clear that the outside network, with all its resources, has been unable to connect with our homeworld. The priority at this juncture is the welfare of our people, and I shall not be distracted from that.
Honored host, we will of course expedite communications with the governments of the network.
Yeah, come on. Hurry up and shut up so we can get moving.
As we speak. Yet, if we could simply...
Enough, please. I understand your request, but I do not think you understand what is at stake. Please have patience, but for now, the matter is settled.
Outrageous!
How dare they not agree with me instantly?
Is racing to reconnect, and you decline to facilitate? What kind of royal steward are you?
Please.
There is nothing to be gained from trading insults.
This is absurd. Our work
Wah,
is
wah,
of the
wah.
utmost importance. Your obduracy is beyond me. I shall take my leave. Heading to the dock, awaiting pickup.
That certainly could have gone better, but all may not be lost.
This is kind of a cool bridge. It reminds me a lot of the Split Bridge for some reason, but... yeah, anyway.
Ah, the silent one from our disappointing introduction. From time to time, I spend the waking nights pondering the very same question. It would be misleading to cast blame for all our miseries on the Great Shutdown. In fact, when we were first riven from the wider network, the vast majority of our boron systems remained connected between themselves. Isolated from external threats, we commenced a new age of reflection and scientific endeavor. And while this period of peace brought the wealth of Kingdom End to fabulous new heights, we were not complacent. Resources were stockpiled throughout the Queendom, a precautionary measure.
You'll be back. Well, see you later.
We thought we were prepared, yet in truth we were far from it. We Boron are inherently connected to each other, you see. We thrive on a collective sort of innate affinity. Once that connection was severed, each system found itself in complete isolation. Things fell apart quite quickly, I'm afraid to say. Productivity collapsed catastrophically. Stockpiles were depleted far more rapidly than anticipated, and there was no way to replenish them. After years of disarray, Great Reef finally reconnected with barren shores. Later, it was joined by several other systems. The provinces adrift were founded, but by then the damage was done. We still lacked crucial resources. I contend that it was the collective psychological toll of the severance that caused this, more so than the evident logistical challenges posed by the shutdown. I regret my approach at our meeting. You see, I have not hosted a diplomatic function in decades. Unfortunately, I am simply not in the habit of communicating with anyone other than Boron.
How would he know, Bo?
We Boron
He lives over
converse
5
amongst
hours away from here.
ourselves, relying on complex structures of pheromones, not just mere words. There was so much to communicate, so much to cogitate upon, yet the words failed to convey my meaning. You must imagine it like painting an ocean,
Anyway,
yet
hello,
having
welcome
only
here.
a single shade of blue with which to do so. You are correct, of course. There is no harm in reaching for common ground. I am embarrassed to say that our defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. Ashamedly so. Our economy is so fractured, we struggle to construct anything larger, perhaps, than a frigate. We cannot even resource and operate a full-scale shipyard. For half a century
Did this thing just
of
jump?
isolation, we Borons
I think this thing
had
just
little
jumped.
need for a comprehensive
Wonder where we're
military.
going.
I fear that we are wholly unprepared for the myriad dangers lurking beyond the gate. And should word spread of the valuable equipment and facilities proposed by the Alliance of the Word, it might be akin to painting a target upon ourselves for any nefarious actors in the vicinity. One moment. I have, even now, received word of split incursions. If we had anything of value to loot, we would not be discussing skirmishes. They would descend upon us in hordes.
Okay. Love how a new DLC came out for this game and you had no idea it did.
The
Well,
Protectorate has determined that this system poses no threat to the citizens of Sol or the wider network. Our orders are to deploy to a position of more strategic importance. Still, stay alert. None of us know what might be lurking out there.
The Alliance of the Word thanks you for your support.
kind of curious why they insist on having double doors here. Not that these aren't cool.
Friends are needed elsewhere.
But I think it would have been cooler if they just removed the inner door. Instead of using the same exact inner door. And like, why do they have this exact model on every single ship? Go to the crew quarters.
Differences in the past, but I had no idea he would be so stubborn. I am so very sorry you had to witness that embarrassingly discordant display.
I like how our job is listed adventure extraordinaire.
He is not a bad person, you know? He is just scared. I think he is scared of falling short. He carries the weight of the expectations of the entire provinces. He wants to keep everyone safe, and I think he fears that your expedition will exacerbate an already dangerous situation. Yes, fraught with danger, the provinces lie uncomfortably close to Kak.
I mean, I can know it makes sense why they would reuse art. However, why would you make a custom door and then reuse the existing door?
With the meager military that we could cobble together, thankfully.
Just one door is fine, thank you.
The Kark incursions eventually ceased. All attempts to communicate with these enigmatic creatures have failed, so I would hesitate to call it a ceasefire. It is more of a lull in hostilities. As you can imagine, the situation remains rather fragile.
Okay. So they're having issues with our favorite unknowable teleporting weirdos.
Oh! You took note of that, did you? Time after time I approach Leader Weave for the resources to find our way back home, but he has come to the conclusion that efforts spent on this endeavor come at an immediate cost to our people. I would hate for you to get the impression that I do not care for my fellow Boron here. Out on the fringes, I am truly seeking to make a difference for the people. Serving the Queen's subjects is a duty for me. You see, I do not like to draw too much attention to it, but I myself am the progeny of stranded minor royals. Before you bow or anything like that, I am not part of the direct line of succession, and that is not how our monarchy works in any case. Yet, it drives me to find a path back home, for the people to once again delight in a reunited, merry realm.
Yeah, whatever.
Pleasant travels.
See ya. Alright, let's go back to the dock. These docks are really cool. But anyway.
Who does this fool think he is? Does he not understand the gravity of our mission? Withholding his consent? We shall continue without it if necessary. Why do you think I remain on this fool's dock? And who are you to tell me to calm myself? I appreciate your contributions to our mission. But
well,
do not forget
screw you too
I
then.
remain your superior. I must clear my head of the fool's petulance before I
I'm not
return
part
to
of
my
your silly
post.
little alliance of the word. I'm just tagging along.
Yes, you are right. That much is obvious. I cannot help but wonder.
And you better be nice to me or I will shoot your ship with my fancy new one.
Perhaps he is overly attached
It's all
to
loaded out
his
to take on
prime
capital
minister
ships
of the
by itself.
provinces. A reunion with King Demenda would inevitably result in him having to relinquish power and standing.
And I don't even think this guy has a capital ship either.
Ah, I understand. He is worried that our presence will stir up an infestation of the Chitterers. The Alliance of the Word is certainly prepared to provide assurances that our investigation will not leave him exposed to Ka'ak attacks. Well, we are a scientific expedition, so our offensive options are rather limited in that regard. What we can do, however, is make assurances that any valuable equipment that is transported into Boron space will be well guarded, making it an unappealing target. Furthermore,
In other words, we'll protect our stuff, so anybody who comes through will go after yours instead.
and to establish a network of satellites in watchful gaze. That will give the split cause to reconsider an incursion into the provinces. The situation with this steward does indeed seem
Besides, I think the split are busy at the
I
moment.
fear he wears my patience thin. Take this matter in hand. Go and see the fool. Perhaps you can change his mind.
Yeah. See ya. I don't really like that guy. If it was up to me, I would encourage booting him off the edge of the docking area. Probably not a good idea, though.
Ah, the silent one from our disappointing introduction. Permanently? Wiping them out is your solution? To
Yep.
simply exterminate a species?
Yep.
I understood that you entered our provinces in pursuit of scientific enlightenment, not bloodshed. Do these fins look like Terran appendages to
I mean,
you?
kinda.
Not all the inhabitants of this galaxy are driven by unmoderated barbarity.
Well.
No thank you. If we can maintain peace, we shall do so.
Sucks to be you, I guess.
Well, well, this is an unexpectedly kind offer from the Alliance of the Word. I must admit that security assistance in these uncertain times would indeed be a welcome reassurance. This is all terribly challenging. My instinct is that your expedition is honest in its intent. However, I find your judgment questionable. Well, I feel that I must allow you to proceed in your mission. However, I ask of you, do not make me regret this.
Something like that,
The
Bo.
gate in Watchful Gaze reactivated. To our knowledge, only 3 more dormant gates remain in province space. One is located in Ocean of Fantasy, another in Barren Shores. The final one was discovered by scouts in Sanctuary of Darkness. If Sanctuary of Darkness sounds foreboding, you may find that the name is fitting. It is host to a significant Ka'ak infestation. Urgh, even uttering the name makes my fins tingle. Yet I must remain firm on the matter. Do not, under any circumstances, engage with the Ka'ak. Every interaction with them results in horrific conflict.
If I had a large fleet, I would roll that fleet in and squish them anyway. Because it's not hard to squish a Ka'ak station.
And may I bestow upon you a gift? We have prepared for you a fighter ship. A humble gift, but hopefully it will be of use to you in the times ahead.
I strongly doubt it's better than what I have, but we'll see. Okay, so we have a Mako. That's cool and all. But I'm probably not going to use it over the Chimera. Okay. Kind of cool looking. Where's the boarding ladder? I don't see the boarding ladder.
We need to investigate the dormant gates to formulate the next step of our expedition.
Does it have a boarding ladder like a normal ship?
Fantasy. If you supply me with the necessary equipment and provide me with a few pointers as to what exactly
interesting.
I have to do, it would be my deepest pleasure to assist.
It has an elevator instead.
Line shall investigate Barren Shores. That only
That's kind of cool.
the location of which is somewhat more precarious. Explorer, you have excelled thus far. Put that new fighter of yours to good use.
How fast is this? 280? Ew. Yuck. Disgusting.
All the times I dreamt of being reunited with my fellow Boron. It never crossed my mind that they might be in such impoverished circumstances. I know that the Alliance has received communications from Kingdom End. But
Yeah,
those were
stop right there.
dispatched
Do not
lately,
fly
so
off without me.
hopefully, they have fared better than the Boron here. I am curious about the contents of their message. Just how much of their preliminary findings have they shared with their Alliance counterparts? Once we have gained access to both Gates' data, maybe the Alliance really
Yeah, we're not
intends to
using
conduct
this thing.
experiments from our side too. Trying to manipulate Gates would be an incredibly involved undertaking. Yet it seems as though Numanco
Asymmetrical
is
weapons.
single-minded about the
Two-weapon
whole
ship.
endeavor. Can you imagine the
Ew.
possibilities that would be open
Okay.
to us if we could manipulate these gates at will?
Thanks to the newly opened trade routes, we have commenced rebuilding our shipyard. You are, of course, most welcome to aid us in our undertaking.
Yeah, we're not going to use this ship. We're going to dock it somewhere and... actually, okay. Let's... Is there a nearby
Your efforts will,
nice
of course,
station?
be lucratively compensated.
Okay. Let's just go ahead and transition over to the Chimera. Okay, so like they do have custom elevators in here. Not that really that is much of an elevator, but anyway.
Chimera.
For some reason this has bugged out doors. Okay, we're gonna need to transfer someone over to that to be the pilot. Let's grab you. Somewhere else for me. Congratulations, you get to be the pilot of our new Mako. Which we will order to go park over here for now.
I have arrived at my designated inactive gate.
Out of my seat,
Commence
please.
taking readings immediately.
Okay. Bing. Looks like there's a gate over there. Let's go check it out. Okay. Food of some kind. How did the SCA get a Minotaur Raider in here already? I guess they work fast.
Jump gate. Unknown sector.
Well, it says unknown, but this is the way we need to go.
Entering system. Sanctuary of Darkness.
Sanctuary of Darkness. According to our archives, there was once a Xenon presence hereabouts in the network. I wonder what befell them.
Oh, is that so? Then we were quite lucky that our systems were not connected directly to a Xenon stronghold. There is no way we would have survived, given the state of our military.
Now, see if you can locate the inactive gate in the system.
Be careful. Take great care when navigating. We must honor our word and avoid the Kark. You will also need to be cautious of the region's other hazards. I recommend that you stick close to the asteroids. They seem to be an exceptional indicator of where your ship will not be armed.
Okay. I would like to identify these asteroid stations, though. So these are all flashing purple.
Asteroid. Xenon Station.
Oh. Why, hello there, Xenon. I do have multiple advanced satellites I can drop.
Unknown station.
Go drop another one over there. There's some big old dagger-like looking things. There's the gate we came in through. Hello, Colo. I thought you were going to bed. Yeah, there's a dark station over there.
Queen's Guard.
See ya, sucker. I'm gonna go ahead and deploy an advanced satellite here. Under the impression Colo never sleeps. Quite possibly.
Danger.
Also, I am being blown up.
Hull damaged.
Listen here, buddy. Okay, shield regen. Okay.
Danger.
That's not very helpful.
Awaiting orders.
Okay. This is definitely another group of CAC station.
Unknown object.
That's probably the gate we're looking for.
Danger.
Okay, so if we go this way, we'll stick to the asteroids, which is, quote, safe, end quote, ha ha ha. There's a weird shaped something over there. That is definitely a gate or something. Right there.
Danger.
Is this like an accelerator thing? Ew, Sanctuary of Darkness. Okay. It's just a random something out in the middle of nowhere. Also, I can't see shit. Okay. Well, let's go that way for now. There's another strange something.
Danger. Hazardous region detected. Danger.
Yeah, we're getting our asses roasted. Okay. Yeah, you can see a gate over there that's displaying lightning patterns like the one. Okay, I think I'm upside down. Yeah. This would be nice to have a anti-anomaly hull mod. Also, here's another one of these weird knot gates.
Try to get a reading.
Wonder what these are. These look like the entrances to accelerators. Not accelerators, superhighways. But not quite. Okay. Scan an active jump gate.
Empty space. Jump gate.
Don't think we can. Okay, we just need to be close.
It has 2 pairs of nacelles. They act as caches for storing operational data, among many other things. We are still not very familiar with this technology, or who created it, but thanks to recent scientific advancements, we are able to make sense of some of the information that we are retrieving. It seems apparent that some of the data likely represents the coordinates of other jump gates.
Okay.
Whether this means that these gates were connected in the distant past is mere conjecture. Perhaps the builders had reasons unknown to us for certain gates to hold, special compatibility. The vast majority of the data in these caches remains a vexing mystery to us all.
Well.
Everything we can access from this nacelle. On the opposite side. our science team as we speak.
Looks like a bit of dogfighting will be in order here shortly. Get blue. All right.
Oh my! I'm picking up a worrisome fluctuation in energy signatures.
It's gonna blow.
Forager.
Okay, better yet. Let's blow some shit up.
Forager. Forager.
And this is why we mounted
Forager.
plasmas.
You fought bravely, Explorer.
Yes. Your display of skill was altogether impressive. I just hope this commotion does not result in a more severe and
And
unwelcome
this
reaction.
is also partly why
Our science team has pored over the data that Neela T was able to live from cache. While we have not yet completed our examination,
this is partially why I made sure to get the good ship. So I knew there would be some amount of fighting. I didn't want to do any amount of fighting more than I had to in that damn crap ship.
More dangerous, perhaps. But I'm afraid that things
At least we're not
going
stuck in a
well
Mako
in
either like they want us to be.
either. The system's planet is devastated and completely uninhabitable.
Perhaps, once the provinces have re-established their economy, they can attempt some terraforming. For now, this expedition needs you to map out safe passage for a larger fleet to navigate through Sanctuary of Darkness. You can use nav beacons to determine an appropriate route. Just stay clear of the Kaag installations.
Okay.
And other hazardous regions, obviously. For a better overview of the task at hand, do not hesitate to consult your map.
Awaiting orders.
I guess it's a good thing we
Danger.
have. Yes, go away. I know how to do this. Question is, of course, do I actually want to be in the asteroid field? Or do I want to be outside the asteroid field? Because one of these seems much better than the other. Because you can't see shit inside the asteroid field. I mean, not that you can really see anything anyway. Let's go drop a satellite over here-ish if I can. I'm gonna save the game and I'm just gonna book it straight there and see what we can do.
You know, for the longest time, the community of planets thought the Kaag had been eradicated by their joint efforts. Recent attacks on solitary miners, and now this, prove this notion was overly optimistic.
Ejecting.
Yep. Okay, that was a bad idea. Which is why I saved the game first. These Ministry of Finance guys don't want to let out any criminals free to kill. Just sail around station to station. Eventually they'll kick one out. Hanging around one station for a long time generally is pretty inefficient. Okay.
You know, for the longest time, the community of planets thought the Kark had been eradicated by their joint efforts. Recent attacks on solitary miners, and now this, prove this notion was overly optimistic.
Book it over to here. This probably isn't the route we want to take, though. I'm not sure exactly how we have to place these beacons to make this work. But I'm going to scatter advanced satellites all over around here so I can see what's going on. Yeah, because like they're the quote safe path end quote goes right past the... Okay. I think what we really need to do... It looks like the only actual path is through there. Assuming that flying through the asteroids is indeed the safe path.
Danger. Autopilot engaged.
So... It looks like the autopilot is smart enough to take us around the dangerous areas. That's actually kind of excellent news. Because we can just tell the autopilot to take us from one place to the other and dump out beacons as we go. I mean, obviously we won't be able to fly at speed if we do that, but...
Danger.
Zzz.
Autopilot disengaged.
Okay. So if we go to there, I'm guessing the way this is supposed to work is we're supposed to drop a beacon inside the indicated area. And then that creates a new area around the beacon, then we drop another beacon and so on to mark the route. I hope. But that's just a guess.
Autopilot disengaged.
Okay. Play an ad beacon. Yep. That moved it. Along.
Autopilot engaged.
And we're going to set up another nav beacon here, another nav beacon there, beacon here, and so on is required to get to where we're going.
Empty space. Autopilot disengaged.
Autopilot? What are you doing? I'm guessing that area is not as offensive as I would have hoped.
Danger.
We'll go ahead and drop our beacon between these two rocks, I think. Well, or not, maybe. Okay, that is definitely the wrong way. That is definitely the right way. We'll get as far along here as we can without actually exiting the area. That's probably fine right here.
Danger.
Boom. Next target is down there. Go ahead and recharge your shields. I would really like to know what these knot gates in here are. Okay. And the next gate.
Nav beacon. Empty space. Autopilot engaged.
Let's see what rear route the autopilot is going to take us on. The autopilot really wants to avoid
Autopilot
the asteroids,
disengaged.
and yet they told us to stay in the asteroids, remember correctly. Weird. Okay. Drop another nav beacon here. Boom. Okay, I highly doubt we can just drop one between these two markers, so we'll put one there.
beacon. Empty space.
I missed the lovely raw speed I would get with my Maria. And the acceleration. Okay. Drop another nav beacon. And then we put one more right there.
Empty space. Danger.
And hopefully that pleases these fools. There's another one of those not gates.
Yes, it looks like you have found a route. Nicely done, Explorer. Everyone, move in. The expedition shall now establish a scientific outpost. This may be the beginning of a most fruitful phase in our journey together.
I do wonder, what is this thing? There's 2 Sanctuary of Darkness when you get close to it. So it's probably a gate of some sort, but yeah. Clearly I can't use it. I can't select it. Okay. What are we supposed to be working on next? Provinces of Drift Construction Aid. Recent jump gate activation has connected Commonwealth at large in response to charges to be an immediate construction new shipyards, so short several critical resources. Electronics, energy cells, hull parts, and water. Sure, we'll accept that mission. Grab the Vulture Sentinel. And we'll turn on the trade thing here. All parts, electronics, and energy cells. Where can I acquire those all cheaply that don't require us to travel too far? Preferably in Argon space, or not too far away from Argon space. We can pick up a load of energy cells easily enough. All parts seems a little trickier. Use an existing save for this, grabbed a few large freighters by resource station, and a freaking Xenon eye appeared through the split jump gate as they were starting to pass. Good old Xenon, always doing the fun things. Wow, is there anywhere that sells Clitronics? Yes. They're in Argon space. Biologic electronics. And then we will take them over here. Guess we'll just issue a fly and wait order for now. We'll change that later to an actual go-to order. Once I fly my ass back and investigate the station they want us to help build. So apparently the Boron do use the standard construction everybody else uses. Just with the addition of water. Which, okay.
Entering system. Great Reef.
And apparently we could also ignore this mission if we wanted. We just receive 50,000 credits plus whatever we make delivering. Yeah, because it says 8,000 and it says delivered by you, 0. So eventually the AI might take care of that mission if we ignored it. Not that I'm going to ignore it. But I'm also not going to go way out of my way either. I'll just have one of the medium freighters do some hauling. Guessing this is a Boron construction ship here too. Yeah, it is. Take a look at this thing.
We have established a perimeter around the inactive jump gate. Now we are commencing the construction of an outpost. Do not elevate your hopes quite yet. Experimentation shall begin soon, but jump gate technology is very alien and highly
It's a
volatile.
squid.
We do not know for certain whether we can ever successfully force a connection, particularly without real-time coordination with our Kingdom End counterparts. Nonetheless, we have an ideal candidate gate for experimentation. The Alliance Underworld has an obligation to our cousins in Kingdom End to try our utmost. These technological marvels have eluded our understanding to date. Something about the interface has remained stubbornly.
Why would they want to use a gate that's in a hostile system
In any case, Explorer,
if they're going to try to force a connection between two gates?
performed your part, and you have done so.
I mean, I could see trying to force a connection between that gate and some other random place you don't care about. To see if you can.
If fate wills it, you might one day find
But
in the annals of the great explorers and scientists.
yeah. Moving on. Oh well. Oh. They're building a shipyard here. That's cool. There we go. I do have enough money I can probably buy a large freighter at this point. And it probably wouldn't hurt to do so. So who has the best and biggest large freighter? Okay, this one carries 51,000. That one carries 46,000. 51,000 is the number to beat. Please, somebody, anybody, have a bigger large freighter. $45, 33, 37, 29, and 36. Okay. This one is cool in that it takes a tremendously gigantic crew, which means it's good for Marines. I think it's this one that has the huge crew. Yeah. This one's got like half the crew space, or half the container space. How fast is it? 112. Whereas the Ministry of Finance, Huron, is 66. Okay, so it's half the speed, but also carries twice as much almost. Also, it looks ugly as hell, but anyway, moving on. What about Paraned? Helios E looks very nice. Doesn't carry very much though. Helios Sentinel carries not very much. And Selene carries even less somehow. Okay. You guys probably don't have anything even vaguely different. Helios Vanguard carries even less. Okay. And the split, of course, there's no way they're going to have a good freighter. Split Buffalo, 16,000. Yeah. Absolute poop. It does have a large turret on it, though. As if anyone would ever care about that. And the Terran freighters... I don't really like the look of the Okinawa. Chicken freighter. Why did I name it? Okay. It's also slow and doesn't haul much, though. I probably named it that because it's got crap gear, but it's got Mark 1 everything's. Whatever. Yeah, the Buffalo, I'm sure the Buffalo's fast. Split ships are. Yeah, 205. That's almost just reasonable speed. If you gave it a little bit of an upgrade in engine thrust, you could probably actually get it up to a reasonable speed. 3 split engines. That good amount of thrust. But not for only 16,000 cargo storage. You can get that in a medium freighter. Almost. See, the Vulture? Yeah, the Vulture's got 15,000. And with a high preset loadout, it's only half as fast, but still. The Ministry of Finance ships are just monstrous when it comes to hauling stuff. I kind of like the Plotty construction ship look. I really don't want a Mushroom Kingdom ship. They just look hideous. Also, it's 14 million to buy one of these things and fully equip it. We could trim a lot of that off by putting crappier thrusters on, I'm sure. Yeah, it's down to 7 million just by dropping down to Mark 1 thrusters. Dropping shields down to Mark 1 shields would probably do that. Got a lot of it off. I just don't like the look of this thing, though. So an Argon freighter probably is not a bad idea. Boring. You can buy a Nomad. 29,000 cargo. 82 speed. Really don't need a fleet auxiliary though. Does this have no small? Okay, where are the small docks? There's the medium docks, but where are the small ship docks? It says it has 2 small docks. That's very few. I don't see either of them. Between the 2 medium docks. Oh, okay, sure enough. Yeah, there they are. Anyway, only 2 docks. It has a capacity of 40 small ships. That's just... You know how long it would take to get everybody out? I do kind of like this ship because of how much crew it has, but man, is it slow. This is still slow, but I wonder what... Okay, I'm gonna see Sonra. Let's take a look at this in the ship comparator. I might want to make a stop somewhere along the way. Add ship. Size large. Okay, there is very obviously no sorting here. There we go. That's the Sonra Vanguard. For engines. Terran Travel Mark 1's what it wants to put on it. That would give us a travel speed of 3,000. If you want a Terran all-round Mark 1's, it's almost as fast, but it's much faster in real space. No, actually only a little tiny bit of difference. What I really wanted to check on is the split engines. 159 meters a second, real speed. Only 2,000 travel speed though, or less than 2,000. Whereas the Argon, you can get 50 more travel speed by using the travel, or you can get a little, like 6 more meters a second normal speed. Baronet engines, just kind of worse all around. I don't really think normal speed's going to matter that much in a freighter, though. The Terran all-round engines are probably the way to go. But not very, very much. Oh well. I do like putting split engines on all my combat ships because maneuvering speed is extremely important to me in a combat ship. But for a freighter... Okay, what I was going to check though, if I get an Incarcaccia, what is its travel drive speed? Okay, its travel drive speed is like half that, even with the good engines. Or worse, with split engines. Wow, that's just pathetic travel speed. I think it can hardly get out of its own way. The important part is putting split engines on it does not make it, or putting any other engine for that matter, Terran engines, or does not make it enough better. Waste the time on. Okay. Um, I think I'll go with all-round engines. Because it only gives it like 50 meters a second more travel speed. I'm not sure what the travel acceleration is, though. It doesn't really say that. Anyway. We'll go with Mark 2 thrusters. No, we'll go with Mark 1s. We can't afford Mark 2s. For turrets. Here. I'm lazy. Argon Flax. In all slots. We'll drop the thrusters down. Now we're not going to be able to afford this even with all the changes. No flares. Repair drones. We'll take 1 repair drone, 5 cargo drones. Even then, I don't know if I actually want any repair drones. They get left behind too much. No Marines. Max service crew. 10.8 million. We have 8.3. I think we'll go ahead and save this loadout. Okay. That didn't save. Okay, now we have a high preset that is actually a good high preset, not a crap high preset. In the meantime, our Vulture is in Heretic's End and is about to make the jump. A watchful gaze. What happened to the satellite I deployed out there? The macaque must have blown up. Tempted to go back out here and drop a satellite next to this jump gate so I can see what's going on around it. See if they actually have a scientific outpost set up there. Also, it's kind of interesting that there still is a Xenon system there, or Xenon station there.
Assistant, you must forgive my absence in your most recent exploratory endeavors. It is just, I have been somewhat preoccupied with my own observations. When did Numankaran say the Alliance of the Word plans to conclude their experiments?
Well, the expedition leader did suggest that he would keep us up to date over the coming years.
What? Years, you say? That is... Oh my, that is rather disappointing. I had hoped to contribute to their experiments right away. Well, since you are already running errands in Boron space, would you mind assisting me in my personal research? Ever since my tentacles first grasped the scientific equipment in this research installation, I have been utterly fascinated by the Great Reef Nebula. Even if that pesky Sagaris Pioneers vessel is complicating accurate measurement collection at the moment. You see, I have identified several neutron stars, magnetars in fact, which pulse in an oddly specific way. One could be an anomaly.
Okay.
2 might be a coincidence, but I have already identified a potential third. I need you to verify my observations, independently. To that end, I have compiled a list of positions in Great Reef that I need you to visit.
Okay.
Please do forgive me if I appear somewhat excitable. There is a chance that this could point
Off
to
we
a
go.
discovery of immeasurable significance.
Rosotar has informed me of your exciting plans. You must let me accompany you. In fact, I will not take no for an answer. The Alliance is in the midst of their preparations. I have to say, the deluge of scientific jargon leaves me cold. I much prefer action.
Alright. So we're going to fly to the points of interest and do what there? Sit there until told we can go on, or do we have to drop stuff there? Guess we'll find out when we get there.
You have arrived at the precise position. Excellent. Taking measurements now. No. This is no good. We will have to disregard these readings. Oh well. This shall not dishearten us. Assistant, onwards to the next position.
Bosotar, may I ask you a personal question?
By all means, Neela T.
What makes you choose to remain out there? All alone in that tiny tank of yours? Are you not tempted to reunite with your
Because he's
kind
crazy.
now that we are reconnected?
Nothing would delight me more than to explore the provinces myself, and to get out of this tube for once. But my work is simply too important. After years enslaved in the service of advancing split weaponry, I now preside over what is quite possibly the most advanced scientific facility in the network. I am sorely tempted to abandon post, even if it is just for a little while. I would most certainly love to see the Great Reef in person, but ultimately, my work here is so much more important than my personal
Well, here,
desires.
I've got a great idea.
So what is behind your enduring
How about you work on
fascination with
teleporter
Great
research and we can
If
just teleport
well,
it out
forgive my
here.
candor, you seem to be rather fixated on this particular system.
Actually, I was born there. Not that I would have any memory of it. Then shortly, after I was hatched, I was taken to Argon space.
But wait, that would mean you were released.
Yes, indeed. If the records are correct, I am 47 years old.
Absolutely incredible. I never imagined I would ever meet someone so aged and venerable.
Hence my fear of spending time away from my laboratory. While my mind remains sharp, I must exercise it for the benefit of all.
Yes, he is truly an old grandpa.
Taking the second set of measurements. Blasted photoplankton. Nothing. Again. We shall try once more. I know I am onto something. I can feel it in my fins.
You know, it is strange. Our lifespan is short. At least in comparison to the other known sentient species. When you think about it, very few Boron of the provinces adrift will recall Kingdom End, or the benevolent leadership of our monarch. Yet, ask any one of them, and finding a way back home will be their preeminent priority. How is it that we are driven to pursue such things, even on the thinnest of leads? Is this inherent Boron naivete? Or an innate scientific drive?
Probably the
That is simply
former.
our nature. We are known for being pacifists and scientists. But underneath all of that, are we not first optimists?
Okay. Oh, what is this? It's a mysterious rock.
Excellent. Yes, this position seems promising. Taking readings of the phenomenon now. Curious. What? No, this will not do at all. Assistant, something seems to be interfering with the measurements. You must get to the bottom of this at once. This asteroid is highly unusual. It appears to emit some form of residual energy, impeding the accuracy of my readings. You must destroy it.
Wait, what? Is that really necessary? Can you not simply account for the interference and adjust your readings accordingly? Or reposition the ship a little for clearer measurements?
Inconceivable! We cannot jeopardize these readings in any way. There is no room for error or extrapolation. Everything must be exact. A controlled detonation would be the best course to pursue.
You will need space
Okay.
to detonate the asteroid. Allow me to drop some for you to use at your discretion. Oh, a word of warning. Do not let the authorities find you with this contraband.
Now don your spacesuit, assistant.
Do I even have the bomb launcher? I don't actually
Hello.
know that I have the bomb launcher.
Chimera.
Excellent. Attach several bombs to the asteroid now.
Well, I'm pretty sure I didn't have the bomb launcher in the past, but I do now. Yes, I know how spacesuit bombs work. Go away. Okay. Put one over there. And put one over there. And then we'll put the third one down there. That's a long ways to shoot it.
And detonate.
Boom.
Quite the spectacle. Obliteration may have appeared to be an extreme approach to resolving our issue, but it seems to have done the trick.
There's our ship. I think they gave me a free bomb launcher. I'm gonna repair the ship before I get on board, though. Might as well. Whether I repair it all the way, of course, is a completely separate story. See if we can get completely still. Wow. Going to a complete, absolute stop. More than a little tricky. That's pretty close to a stop, though. Come on. Yeah, we're up to the point now where we can't make thruster movement small enough. Oh, that's pretty darn stopped. In any case, we're going to cheat and use the engine stop button, which actually stops us. Okay. A few more percent points yet. Then we can get on board and get on our way. I was only going to repair this partially, but screw it, we'll go all the way. $88, 99, 100. Yay!
Docking granted.
Assistant, please return to the initially designated position.
Please
at
get out of my
once.
seat. Thank you.
Piranha. Empty space.
Piranha, huh?
Taking measurements now.
Empty.
This is... Oh my! Would you look at that?
Okay.
That is 5 magnetars, each rotating at a comparable speed.
Okay.
Oh, wait, actually, this cannot be right. One rotation every 1.884 seconds, which equals 1 rotation per 3.14 thorium transitions, which... Oh, you might not be following. Their rotational speeds are precisely identical.
5? With identical speeds? But that is impossible.
As we are observing it right now, it would be more accurate to say that it is highly improbable. But yes, the odds of this phenomenon occurring naturally are incredibly, unfathomably minuscule.
Okay.
And, viewed from this position, their positioning appears oddly symmetrical as well. The
Which I
stars
did
seem to be
notice.
pointing towards that blue giant. I wonder if... Oh my! The radiation readings emanating from the blue giant are incredible.
It's a giant boron death laser.
How?
They are oddly regular, in a manner that should not be possible. And they repeat, like a signal. Could this be what we have been missing?
They're going to use it to evaporate everyone else.
That would mean... Did someone mean for us to find this?
Wait. A message written in the stars. For you?
Of course.
No, please. Not meant for me specifically. But this constellation cannot conceivably be a natural occurrence. Its existence is a manifestation of intent.
Okay.
The Alliance of the Word still seeks a means to interface with the gate technology. We may well have just found something worthy of closer inspection. I shall forward these findings to Nomenkla's team immediately. Assistant, you should head back to the expedition outpost now. In the meantime, I shall apply my intellectual suckers to the details of our discovery.
His intellectual suckers.
Do not for a nanosecond think that I am not coming with you.
Piranha.
Alright. Well, let's go back to this expedition base we've never seen and find out what is going on there.
The discovery that you and Bozo Tog made is tremendously interesting. I cannot yet explain how the two are connected, but these energy readings seem to be compatible with the jump gate. At least, according to the science.
The boron are beaming knowledge into our heads.
It is a cipher, deliberately placed to allow us access to the network.
I do not know whether that can be said conclusively. These are fantastical claims to be making without any weight of evidence. Perhaps the jump gates draw some of their function from anomalous
The boron super scientists have carefully aligned all the stars.
bodies. Or perhaps whoever built these gates used the blue giant as a constant point of reference. One that is detectable through key areas of the network and used for calibration of some kind. We do not yet have sufficient data, so I hesitate to spring to conclusions. That said, your findings certainly accelerate our scientific timeline. Explorer,
Anyway.
talk to me in person so that I may brief you on how we will proceed.
It is quite obvious why he is so hesitant to entertain my hypothesis. I shall admit, it seems rather ludicrous on the face of it, but I believe he will agree to dismiss the
Nah.
concept so readily.
It's just because he's a paranoid
This
and
phenomenon now,
not paranoid.
just as we are
A
making our
paranoid.
first foray into jump gate interaction,
And they're boring by
is a
nature.
coincidence of astronomical proportions.
You know, if you're talking about a coincidence that involves stars, it kind of is by default a coincidence of astronomical proportions. That's kind of right there in the definition. Just saying. Oh well. It looks like they have attached all sorts of weirdness to the jump gate. What have you done to my beautiful jump gate? My big, beautiful jump gate. Oh well. Let's go talk to the fool in chief.
Minotaur, Wayfinder.
Supposed to dock, apparently.
Docking granted.
Okay. And down here. And around there. And let's go to the bridge. I do kind of like pyramid bridges.
Ah, there you are. I have briefed Lita-Wee's administration on a research strategy and experimentation protocols. The science team is making the final calibrations. And, as you can see, the Alliance of the Word has worked strenuously to construct all of the necessary energy infrastructure.
Yeah.
We have concluded our preparations, awaiting confirmation to proceed.
Oh, the delicious, heady feeling of pre-experiment anticipation. But Assistant, I would be surprised if our experiments here escape the attention of the car.
That's why you should have a fleet here instead of a freighter.
I shall defer
Just
to your
saying.
judgment on when we should commence the experiment. Shall we initiate proceedings?
Not like I can bring anything else up right now.
Science team, you have authorization. You are green to go.
Uploading frequency profile as signal template. Oh yes, the change in energy signature is immediately detectable.
Indubitably, the signal you helped extract activated something within the gate's mechanism.
I can confirm that we can interface with the jump gate. It appears that we can input basic commands.
Okay. I was just starting with LS.
Indicate that I really am onto something with the cipher hypothesis. The cadence of the blue
Find out what kind of directory structure it has.
sort of key.
Introduce energy now.
Affirmative.
Stay on guard, everyone. Explore. Get back out there. Maintain a secure perimeter around the jump gate.
Striking.
Get out of my seat, please.
Hello.
Cog, as expected.
Oh no, and with such calamitous timing.
Forager. Queen's Guard.
Okay. Foragers go splat. Queen's Guard are slightly more vigorous. Damn it. There we go.
Protector. Protector.
What is that ship?
Forager. Protector. Minotaur.
Oh.
Vanguard.
A Minotaur. That explains why
Forager.
it's got, looks like it's got flat cannons on it. Right, because it does have a flat cannon on it.
Forager.
Okay. Should have rolled in here with a couple destroyers and blown up the CAC stations.
Hive Guard.
Kaboom.
Forager. Protector.
Plasmas were a good choice.
Forager.
Okay.
I'm covering you.
Another group coming in. Back here, you.
Protector. Protector.
Okay.
Forager. Wings Guard. Danger.
Boom. Down go the shields.
Forager.
Beautiful plasmas.
Hive Guard.
I would never want to dogfight with nothing but plasmas, but I would really not want to dogfight without something like plasmas. They just make it way too easy if you can hit with them. With any degree of consistency at all.
Protector. Hive Guard. Forager.
Boom.
Forager.
Boom.
Forager. Forager.
Okay.
Forager. Protector.
We'll just ignore that other forager for now. The others will go deal with it. Okay. Then, boom. Damn it, missed it.
Protector.
There it's at.
Forager. Forager.
Okay.
Queen's Guard.
Get over here. Alright, there's loot spread all over creation around here. And we're not going to be able to pick up most of it. Probably. But we'll grab as much as we can grab.
Everyone, fall back. Regroup at my position.
Oh, I suppose, if you insist. Bonk. Well, it certainly looks like activating.
Well, this is certainly new.
Initial readings?
Everything. All scans seem to indicate regular jump gate function.
Can you see the Chimera?
Incredible.
Yeah, once we're out of the cutscene.
Managed to establish a connection between two gates.
You want to see it, like, look at how it looks, or do you want to see it as in what kind of loadout I have?
What method for ascertaining the answer to that question? Fleet, move out.
Wait. There is an energy flux.
Is it cute? Not really, but it is cool looking.
And transition is achieved. Green lights across the board. No immediate danger detected. Oh my goodness! There's a fleet of Commonwealth ships right here.
Oh, look, it's more
Greetings,
boron.
friends. Please tell me you are with the Alliance of the Word.
No, we're not. We're with the Yaki.
Judging by the equipment surrounding this gate, would it be presumptuous to imagine that you had
Or maybe
a
scale
hand in
plate packed.
activating the
Scale
jump
plate
gate
packed,
from
there we
the
go.
side?
With the help of the local boron population, yes.
How very impressive. Our scientists have been endeavoring to achieve this for countless times, but to no avail. Then suddenly, without warning, something changed, and we were able to interface with the jump gate.
Yes, we have just made the significant breakthrough that brings everything together.
You simply must share your findings with us.
You have all but the newest
We'll
expansion.
harden the gate defensive positions and establish patrols.
Well, the Chimera is a split
And of
ship, to be
course,
clear.
Our most venerable and beloved
So-
Queen Polyphides wishes to receive you and your subordinates.
Oh, you haven't played the split
to
yet.
thank you for all
The
you have
split,
achieved.
I really like their ships.
Be an honor.
They're mostly
We will also
fast,
need to instigate ties with the local administration.
and the split guns tend to be high damage, but
And I cannot deny
somewhat short
how
range or
thrilled
inaccurate
I
and or
am to come
inaccurate.
aboard as ambassador to my long-lost boron brethren.
Anyway,
Explore. You and Bozo Ta were pivotal to the success of this entire undertaking. It would only be right.
this is what a
for you
Chimera
to
looks like.
Join me in my audience with the Queen.
Me? Meet the Queen? This is also overwhelming.
I'm straight ahead. Straight behind. Got four sets of engines. That's the bottom. There's the top. 5 guns. 1 centrally mounted gun. And then in pairs outward on either side. I currently have an anti-capital ship gun in the middle. And then I have,
Wayfinder.
oh, whatever they're called again. The split energy shotgun, basically. Tau accelerators. And then I have a pair of plasmas in the outer slots. So most of the time I just use the tau accelerators for anti-fighter use. And the plasmas for when I am in a head-on pass or something similar. If I can nail them with the plasma as we get close, so it's almost impossible to miss. That's be very good against Xenon. But if you encounter a capital ship, you can switch over to this thing, which is... what's it called again? First Ray. switch over to the burst ray and just delete enemy ship components. Or use both the burst ray and the tau accelerator if you're trying to do something like shoot engines. But most of the time I don't use the burst ray because it doesn't really do much to fighters. But anyway, through the gate we go. This is one of my favorite fighters, but it's not my favorite. My favorite is actually the Maria.
Entering system.
But this is
Kingdom
probably my
End.
favorite of the split fighters. This is the split heavy fighter, so it's not the most maneuverable in the world. A little clunky, but it is pretty fast with split engines on it. It's like 500 and some meters a second. Right about 500. What's my fleet consisting of? Just trading fleets and stuff? Currently, I don't really have much of a fleet. But I have a bunch of Vulture Sentinel and a bunch of Manarina Sentinels. So all Ministry of Finance ships pretty much, because they were the largest cargo I could get. And the Nodan Vanguard I started with, which I don't like very much at all. And a Mako that this mission gave me. Which... the Mako at first glance seems meh, but I haven't really looked at what it's equipped with, so I don't know if it's actually better than it looks.
Highway.
Mining for money, yep. Reputation is just kind of a nice side benefit. But it's certainly not what I'm... oh, I know what those... no, surely not. Maybe. Those random endpoints that are just scattered around. I wonder if they're going to add if they're going to turn highways on in that system later. It would make sense if they did. Okay, so we flew from this gate all the way over to the end of that, just so we could go over to here. It would have been faster if we'd just gone straight. I should have looked at the map before I decided to blindly follow their directions. Yeah, I was going to do use a split police license and just shoot Xenon for my starting cash. Instead of doing mining, which is what I end up doing almost every time. But
Still cannot believe it. Kingdom End. In my lifetime. Look how beautiful it is.
yeah, sure, we'll go follow the highways.
We established the connection.
You know what the Venture thing is about? Ventures, I don't think they've ever been working during the time while I've been playing the game. But they are kind of a multiplayer thing. But in a stupid, half-assed way. You don't actually play multiplayer, but you can send ships on ventures and they can appear in other players' worlds as AI-controlled ships. I don't really know much beyond that. It just really doesn't seem like something I would be interested in doing, honestly, even if I could. I guess it's been turned off for a while now because I don't know why. It doesn't actually work properly or something, who knows. In any case, they're promising to turn Ventures back on. Apparently there's a bunch of rare loot that's attached to Ventures that you really can't get any other way. I don't know. Yeah, if it was actual multiplayer. Well, X4 co-op would be amazing. Like 4 players, maybe at most. Just a couple people playing around with their lovely little thing. It would never work for like a lot of players.
Entering Kingdom End 1.
But I do think it would be awesome to have a small number of player co-op in an X-type game. But Ventures are not that, unfortunately. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool if you could share a... everybody's running one... you're sharing a company. You and your co-op partner. I don't think any kind of adversarial multiplayer would work at all. Wait, where did they want us to go then? Oh, they wanted us to get off in the middle. Okay. There we go. I doubt we'll ever see actual X multiplayer. Oh, looks like there's a carrier.
Vigilance.
The Queendom of Boron. It actually has a custom voice call out and everything.
Docking granted.
I do really like how docking works on Boron chips. You dock on the virtual pads and that slides you in.
Successfully docked.
You can upgrade ships with more than just weapons and systems? Yes, you can. They have to be researched though. If you go into the research tab, which I don't think the research tab even shows up until you've acquired the HQ. Speaking of which...
It appears some Terran tech... If you could, please gather the required materials.
I set up research and then never got around to doing it. Anyway, you can research these mods down here. Chassis, engine, shield, and weapon. And they unlock stuff that can be installed on the ship to improve whatever it has, whatever equipment it has. So, engine mods, you can get things like more maneuverability, more speed, some combination of the two, whatever. For hull, you can get things that lighten the hull, reduce or remove damage from hazardous environments. For guns, you can get things that increase damage, increase fire rate, all kinds of things. Like, make them cool faster, make them, you know, just shields, capacity, recharge rate, combinations of both. The problem is, in my opinion, now this is my opinion here, in vanilla, the weapon, or just the mods in general, they're random. When you install them, you get a stat, it gives you a stat range, and you'll get a value somewhere in that range. And I really don't like that, because you can reinstall them repeatedly. There's actually a reinstall button that basically exists for that very purpose, and pay credits repeatedly, unless you own the station you're installing them at, in which case you can do it for free. But anyway, that requires you to have a shipyard. But you can reinstall the mod over and over and over again and hope you roll better. That's not engaging gameplay. But there are actual game mods that you can install that remove that randomness, and so I have one of those installed. Ooh, there's a special throne room. This doesn't really seem grand enough for the Queen of the Boron, but anyway.
All rise for Her Royal Highness, the benevolent and wise Queen Polyphides.
This must be the quick thrown together
Greetings,
non-boron.
travellers. It is our great pleasure as reigning monarch of
At least it's not as
the kingdom of
heartbreaking as the
Boron
ship engineering and Elite
to receive you
Dangerous.
all in this
I wouldn't know. I've never played that.
Our royal steward positively
But I do have to say, I do
praised
not
his
like
allies.
the RNG, and
I
so
wish to thank
the
each
rebalance
of
mod that
you
gets rid of that
who were
is
so critical
A+.
in bringing these
Never play
long-lost
without mod,
systems
for my opinion.
back into the fold. First, Numunkaret, fearless leader, without whose vision and doggedness an expedition of such scale would never have been possible.
You get a swift
have
kick out the
our
airlock.
deepest gratitude.
You are most welcome, Your Majesty. The pursuit of knowledge and unity is my paramount drive.
And for you, Milo, the guy who showed up and did almost nothing, you get a brand new capital ship.
Nila T, our loyal subject and long-lost kinswoman. You have done your utmost to maintain
You get a brand new
safety and
advanced satellite.
security of the severed realm, despite hardship and adversity. And Steward Leader informs us that not for one moment did you let the dream of Kingdom End die. You have our deepest gratitude.
It is such an honor to be here, Your Grace. Just to be here, to see the home planet, is all the reward I will ever need.
Okay, whatever.
And now for the prodigal spawn, Bozo Tar. You spent a whole lifetime away from home, isolated from all fellow Boron in the most unimaginable manner. And yet, you did not let these dreadful circumstances...
You get a new car! Hello, Runastar.
Welcome home, Bozo Tar.
Please forgive me. I have no words.
How did you get here, Bozo, anyway?
And then, of course, there is you, Dr. Celia Terran. We have been informed that your grit and fortitude were the backbone of this...
That means you're going to give me a really cool Boron
Without
destroyer,
your
right?
endeavors, it is doubtful that the Boron of Kingdom End would now be reunited with their brethren.
Or at least a really
or
cool
the Commonwealth at large.
fighter,
We
maybe?
Thank you from the deepest well of our being.
Oh, okay, we just get a bunch of rep.
Now, Numunkaret, we expect that you and
I would have taken a Boron
Science
destroyer,
team
though.
will be quite busy for some time to come, exchanging your findings with our own scientists and making sense of all that has occurred here. Yet still, we have a favor to ask of you. It has been a long time since we last shared the network with other species. We ask that you use your expertise to coordinate a mission to reach out to our old allies and adversaries. Let them know that the Boron of Kingdom End have returned.
Yes, very impressive, I'm
I
sure.
would be honored to oversee such an undertaking, and I already know the perfect candidate to take up these emissarial duties.
I wonder who he's going to say.
Explorer, what do you say?
Of course we will accept.
Shut up, Bozo.
It's a unique opportunity to explore every corner
The
of
answer is
world.
no, not unless I get a cool
We
Boron
can
destroyer.
only thank all of you again. You are great friends
Damn it.
to our people. But now, we are afraid that we must ask you all...
And now the
to
Boron
take
will join the
your
Argon to
leave.
wipe out the Pyramid.
Our royal duties cannot be postponed any longer.
And there's the autosave.
Farewell, dear friends of Boron.
This concludes the royal audience. Our
Okay.
honored guests, you are invited to hold your inaugural mission briefing at the designated venue.
Please follow me.
Okay. I feel like that door positioned there is kind of cool. This door positioned here is entirely redundant. Like, what? Why?
Before we commence with business matters,
Okay.
may I say that it is a
Somebody was in a hurry to quick pull the Paranid seat out of storage.
My part is to provide you with the necessary information for your mission manager and to monitor your progress. Other than that, I will contact you should the need arise. Please make yourself familiar with your mission manager by activating the training mission we've prepared.
The current mission now contains multiple parallel submissions. Really, I never would have known how that works. Go away. Activate. Okay, sure. I know how this works. Talk to the dumbass. Okay, I will talk to the dumbass.
Very well. Over the course of this endeavor, there will be multiple missions for you to choose from. Well, it is your duty to complete all missions.
Try to out-merchant the Teladi and take over their sectors by financial domination. I don't know how I even do that. Besides, the financial domination would be the most boring part of the game. Usually I'm building industry so I can get to a shipyard, and I'm building a shipyard so I can get to cooler, bigger ships. And I'm getting to cooler, bigger ships so I can blow things up.
So much data to pore over. So many questions
But anyway.
still unanswered.
Hello, Sealith. You do indeed see Boron.
Service to the scientific community. Thank you. See it through thoroughly.
You just missed seeing the Boron Queen.
Pride of the queendom.
Which assignment did you receive?
Deliver 50 units of Bofu to Grand Exchange 1 headquarters.
To a boron scientist? Surely they have a convenient supply of Bofu secured. I am afraid you may have drawn the short straw. A mere courier assignment. I am responsible for establishing a defense treaty with the Argon Federation.
Well, have fun. As if I would want to go talk to a bunch of Argon about a defense treaty. That sounds extra boring. Also, I would like to know why I'm in charge of that, because Boso was here, somehow. Anyway. You're playing it yourself at some point? I would recommend it. So far, the quest hasn't been too annoying or anything.
It is of the utmost urgency that this modest Bofu delivery arrives at my facility. Please deliver the consignment and then meet with me immediately thereafter. I have marked a Bofu chemical lab station, which sells Bofu. But feel free to find a more lucrative trade source.
Mission interrupted. New mission activated.
They're kind of assuming that people who are playing this mission are total noobs who don't know what they're doing. That might be a safe assumption. Because I've noticed that there's a certain kind of total noob who is drawn to the new shiny content. Which seems strange to me. Usually I don't buy a game when an expansion comes out only to immediately rush the very latest content that was added. That seems strange. But I'm pretty sure I'm in the minority there. Also, we smacked into the end of the highway gate. Okay. Now, first things first. Let's see how much could you, if we wanted to do this with our Chimera for some bizarro reason. Oh, we can indeed load 50 Bofu on board the Chimera. Okay. Get out of my seat, please. Sure, why not?
Autopilot engaged.
I think our freighter is busy at the moment. Actually, no, our freighter isn't busy at the moment.
Autopilot disengaged.
Okay. We'll buy 50 Bofu from there. And then we will deliver it to the Grand Exchange 1 headquarters. Boom. Here you go, Bozo. Hope you're happy. Okay. Yeah, they want us to deliver a bunch of stuff. Hull parts, Quatronics, energy cells, all sorts of fun stuff. Which is what this freighter was doing. It did fully unload, right? Yeah, it did. Okay. So, I was going to buy an Argon freighter. Speak to the Antigone. Okay, the Sentinel. What's the difference between the Sentinel and the Vanguard? Easy way to find out. Ship size large. For Sentinel. Minimum preset. Firm. Add ship. Size large. Sonra Vanguard. Minimum preset. Confirm. Okay. The Vanguard has less cargo space. And less hull. But more speed. Not sure which one of those I would want, actually. Let's go ahead and adjust them a little bit. Let's put Argon All-Rounders. No, let's do Argon Travel. On both ships. Because that's realistically the kind of engine we're going to put on it. About 600 meters a second faster under travel drive. In exchange for 5,800 less cargo. And also has more crew. You know what? I think we'll just go with the Vanguard. Screw it, why not? Also, I really don't want to go through that just yet.
Mission completed. New mission activated.
Okay. So let's go ahead and buy this from Argon Prime. Buy large. Use the pre-made high preset. They're actually not going to be delivering that to us anytime soon because of hull parts and shield components. Okay. And this is also short on hull parts. What is wrong with you people and your economies? Oh well. Did select the right load out? Yes, I did. Okay. It cost us 10 million out of our 13 million we have stockpiled. And who knows when delivery will actually happen. Okay. We have a bunch of promotions, including one that's for the Queendom of Boron. The Boron are kind of in the ascend of nowhere, really.
Boron Shipyard.
We're just gonna ignore the highway and fly straight there. Okay. We're almost there. I kind of want to fly around the station a little bit and look at it, because I haven't really looked at the stations too closely yet. Let's have a look at a Boron station from the outside. I'm guessing this right here is a disc defense platform, okay. And the next piece over here. Large Oasis. I'm guessing this is a worker living quarters then. And there's a small oasis. Okay. And this module. Boron Admin Center. This is another large oasis, I think. Yep. Another small oasis. There's definitely plenty of living quarter around here. Disc defense platform. Is this a connector? Base connector, yeah, sure enough. Oh, wow. These guys definitely went long on pretty and short on functional. Disc defense. Vertical connection structure. Excel ship fabrication bay. Very cool. Large container storage. There's another disc defense. Yeah, the connectors aren't on the same level, so any stations built using the boron parts are going to be very sinuous and snaking all over the place. Nothing inherently wrong with that. Definitely going to be different from most of the race's stations. Disc defense. And then here's a pier. That looks like the docking platform down there. Wonder if you dock inside, kind of like with the Terran docking platforms. Well, let's keep scanning the station till we've got most of it scanned at least. Okay, I think this is the square connector. No, it's a disc defense. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do like construction sets that aren't just a different construction set with a different texture. Like the split set is kind of cool because it's all based around trilateral. You know, three. It doesn't have any 4-directional pieces. It has 3-directional and 2-directional. That's it. That means you're going to be doing a very different kind of station if you were building with their set. And if you were doing Argon, which is... Whereas this has got 4-direction pieces, unlike the split set, but they are very twisty. There's a bit we can go get. Okay. I think we scanned everything there is to scan around here. Now let's turn off the scanner and have an actual look at it with normal textures. Pretty cool. You got a neat iridescent effect on everything. Alright, let's go find out where how the landing bay works on this thing. It definitely looks like you're docking inside like the Terran docking bays. Yeah.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Not yet. Okay, there's the medium docking points. This is basically just the Terran docking bay, but much cooler looking.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Knock it off. I'll dock when I'm good and ready. Yeah, you got the 4 medium pads around the outside.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Stop it. And then inside you have the small pads. In 2 loops, except around instead of being around the inside like they're in the Terran one, they're on the outside. Okay, that's cool.
Identifying criminal vessels.
Alright, let's go land now.
Elias Vigilance. Boron Shipyard. Successfully docked.
And there's the autosave. Okay.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
Hello.
Here's another one of those cases of I know why they did this, but I wish they didn't. Here we have a very Argon ship dealership. But that's because all stations use the same ship dealership model. Probably because it'd be a pain in the butt to do it. Make custom ones? I don't know. You wouldn't think it'd be that difficult because really all you need to do is put in a counter and order a dude to stand there. Maybe there's some strong reason why they didn't though.
Hello there.
Let's look at your my ships. Here's the Shark carrier. I have the red skin on by default, so. Okay, where is the small ship parking on this thing? Right here along the sides. Okay, that's pretty cool. And the medium ships land up top here. How many gun slots does this have? Don't know, but it's not nearly as many as the Split. And the Orca auxiliary. It has 8 small docks in groups of 2 groups of 4 on either side. I really like the way the Boron small ships dock with capital ships. Nestling in where you come in and then they suck you in to the side. Really cool. There are mediums on top. Well distributed little clusters of guns. And then we have the Walrus Builder, which is pretty cool. Not that amazing, but just cool. And the Guppy carrier, which is much smaller, but still, it only holds 8 small ships and can only dock 8, so you can fit 16 ships in this total. 16 ships is not enough to have a carrier. That's useless. The Ray Destroyer. It can hold 4 small ships, docking 2 at a time. Okay. Ship capacity seems a bit undertuned. It has a main guard like the Asgard. Which one? The Shark? Or the Guppy? Or Ray? The Ray? Oh, that's cool. I'm guessing that's what mounts right here then. Yeah, that's the only forward gun. It only has 2 medium turret slots though. Or large turret slots, I mean. Reasonable amount of mediums to support it though. So this would do okay against, you know, keeping fighters off something. And if the front gun has good damage, then zzz. Gas miner, meh. Mineral miner, same thing, but more minerals. Kind of cool how they put the drone bay there in the front. And the Sturgeon Freighter, which looks cool. Drone bay in the front again, I think. You got this spine in the back with cargo down the sides. Pretty cool. 30,000 container storage. Speed's not amazing, but okay. And that's what they have to offer here at the shipyard. Let's actually go take a look at what they have here at the wharf. For medium, we have the Hydra, which has 1 large turret on it. Ooh. Okay. That is a large turret, right? Kind of looks like it. And then you got 4 forward guns and 2 medium turrets. You could mount a large plasma on this thing and have something kind of beastly. And then put flax in the turret slots. Or something else. Okay. Resher gunboat. That has a rather large number of turret slots. Boron chassis are locked to boron equipment. Okay. Boo. Corpus, gas miner. Those looks kind of cool. I don't like... Yeah. Why make a modular system and then lock it to their own equipment? Anyway, moving on. Dolphin transport. That looks kind of cool. I wouldn't want them in red, though. Barracuda, heavy fighter. It's only 2 guns. No, 3 guns. Okay. But still, only 3 guns. Giant meh energy. Also, only boron guns. They better have a nice variety of really good guns. That's all I gotta say. A scout. Only a single gun. Yeah. We can't find out how fast it is until we go look in the ship comparator. Mako. This did not strike me as very good because it was quite slow. The one they gave you. I don't know if the one they gave you had good engines on it or not. But if you can only mount boron engines... Yeah. 315. Yay, I've just received good news. We'll talk about that later. I got an email. Piranha, scout, single gun. 307, that's slow. I was hoping they would be a little faster than that. Grouper, small miner. Okay. Looks a little weird, but looks like somebody took a fighter and attached something weird onto the place where the guns would go. And the Terrapin, which is of course just the same thing, but without the mining capability. Does this have any guns at all? Sure doesn't look like it. The miner just mounts a single gun in the front, that's all. Okay. I can't, because I haven't gone to talk to the dude yet about, but we'll get back to that later. I came here to talk to the faction rep and then I got distracted looking at ships. I probably should have talked to the faction rep first, so I can actually look at those ships with gear on them properly.
Hello.
But if I can't put split engines on it...
I've been watching your accomplishments with great interest, and believe you deserve a reward for it. I am pleased to present you with a new rank within the Queendom. You will find that this rank comes with wondrous benefits. These benefits are tied to the rank, so if you lose the rank, the benefits will go too.
Yeah.
But with your character, I am sure we have nothing to worry about. I hope you find these rewards acceptable. Please make the most of them. You may now find that certain organizations within the Boron Queendom will take interest in joining their ranks. Once again, I thank you for your continued efforts. We look forward to working with you more in the future. Pleasant travels.
Okay, as soon as the autosave's done, we'll go back and look at more ships. The large ships aren't worth looking at because they won't have unlocked any more of those until we get to plus 20. But for the dinky little ones, we can at least find out how fast the advanced scout is. 536. That's not that great, really, honestly. I mean, it's fast, but it's not that amazing for an advanced scout, honestly. And if I can't put anything else on it, why would I? Tracking launcher, torpedo launcher, phase gun, arc gun, ion gatling. They've got exactly 3 choices of gun. Let's take a look at the heavy fighter. 167. That is pathetic. That is absolutely unacceptable. I will never use this fighter. I can tell you right now. 167 meters a second is too slow to use. There's just no way. That's capital ship speeds. This thing is slower than some of my capital ships in previous games. Just no. Why would I even consider it? And I can only use the 3 guns they deign to give me? Hell no. I don't care how good these guns are. It's not happening. Let's load this up on the ship comparator and compare it to what I've got. Okay, so we want size small, Barracuda, high preset loadout. We'll tweak this later. Probably I'll look at the different guns. And then we'll load up size small, Chimera. Forgot to tweak this loadout a little bit. Okay. So for the outermost guns, I currently am equipped with plasmas. And the middle gun is a burst ray. Okay. This thing is 503. It is not much slower than the advanced Boron Scout. It is less maneuverable, sure. However, it has better strafe speed, and it's not less maneuverable enough that I'd be willing to give it up. 123 degrees of roll versus 92 degrees of roll. The biggest thing I guess would be the yaw, which is about a third worse. But its acceleration is monstrous compared to this thing. And then you look at the damage. It doesn't even compare. And this is with split shields. Let's put the best shields we could possibly put onto it instead of the split shields, which I... Okay, Terran Mark III shields. With Terran Mark III shields, it's still... The Boron shields are better, yes, but... Are they that much better? I don't think so. I mean, okay, the shields are probably the best thing about this ship. It's really all it's got going for it. Shields, it does carry a lot of missiles too, I guess. 34 missiles, that's more than any other small ship can carry. So I guess if I was making some kind of missile boat, I might think about this, but that speed just kills it. Compared to other ships that aren't split? Okay. Now, let's talk about fighters in X4. I'll compare it to another ship that's not split. Let's see. No, I don't really like that one. Or that one, honestly. Yeah, we'll do that one. There's another ship that's not split. Oh, look. You knew that's the ship I was going for? Oh, look. It's not even more maneuverable. Okay, it does have a little more yaw performance, but look at the damage. Okay, let's compare it to a fighter I think is total trash. What is the name of the Terran heavy fighter again? Here. The Terran heavy fighter. I don't think it's available from PIO, but let's check. Is it the Kukri? No, the Kukri is the medium fighter. It's not this thing either, because I think this thing is PIO exclusive. Damn it, I don't remember what the damn thing is called. And I don't have any Terran shipyards unlocked to check. Gladius? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this thing is total trash, in my opinion. We'll give it just a high preset loadout. We'll give it the best engines we could possibly give it. In other words, Combat Mark IVs. Combat Mark III thrusters. We'll give it Terran Mark III shields. For weapons, we'll go ahead and put Tau accelerators in all slots. I don't really like any of the Terran guns. Look at this Proton Barrage Mark II and compare its stats. It's just not good compared to the light guns. Terran guns can only mount on Terran ships, and they're still trash. Like, but why? Anyway. This is probably the most beastly this ship will ever get. And it's still almost twice as fast as the Boron ship. Raison streams for the Terran ship. Yeah, this thing, I consider the Gladius to be too slow to get out of its own way. Let's just pick an Eclipse Vanguard. 321 with split engines. How about the Elite Vanguard? 363. Nova Vanguard, 416. Now, of course, this is all with split combat Mark IVs, but would you ever mount any other kind of engine on your fighter if given a choice? No, you wouldn't. 397 on a Nova Sentinel. The Boron Scouts. This is the Piranha, it's not the Advanced Scout. But the Boron normal Scout is slower than many heavy fighters. Simply because the only option you have is Boron engines, and Boron engines apparently are trash. Even worse, maybe, than Terran engines? I can't mount them all on the same ship, so I can't really tell, but... I don't think you could pay me enough to use Boron fighters. Okay, let's take a look at the Ray. We haven't discovered the weapons for them yet. Of course not. But at least we can give it... No, we don't have the engines discovered either. Okay. Alright. Boron, will you deign to show me at least your engines, please? I don't think that's... Yeah. 3. Okay, we need more rep if we actually want to look at that. Okay, now they will show the engines. Okay. 124. Their capital ship is almost as fast as their heavy fighter. How? What kind of race has a capital ship that is almost as fast as a heavy fighter? That is insane. I'm not going to call it the worst DLC ever, but if I wanted a new fighter ship, this is not the DLC for it. Now, this destroyer might be awesome. I don't know. I haven't used it. It has very few turrets, which make me mildly concerned. But if the turrets are powerful enough, and if the main gun is cool enough, then it could be cool to have a bunch of these. And the freighters might be cool. Station modules might be cool. All that. Everything looks nice, and it is really nice having the Boron around. But holy, I'm not getting anywhere close to those fighters. That is actual trash tier statistics on those fighters. I mean, I know X4 fighters are usually bad because...
The Bofu has arrived. Please visit me at my facility.
Oh, you have to fly down there and talk to him anyway. They power creep the split too far? Well, okay, it's like... I don't like the way they do fighters in X4 in the first place. I think that the fighters are all too slow, and the medium ships are all a little bit too fast. Like, okay, we can actually get a good look at a loadout for this thing now. Ion pulse railgun, phase cannon, ion atomizer. Okay. I would have to try out all these guns before I knew which one's better, but they think the ion pulse railgun is the better one as far as DPS goes. Against shielded, against unshielded.
The restaurant is now open for anyone wishing to dine before departing the station.
Okay, so the ion atomizer, faster fire rate, lower damage. It doesn't display range here. Yeah, it does too. Shorter range by a lot. Okay. And then versus something that's faster fire rate, shorter range, lower damage. Why would you use either of these other two weapons? They must have something going for them that's not obvious from their statistics. Anyway, for turrets, arc turret, ion pulse, phase turret. Phase turret is a little less damage, a lot less shield damage, a lot more hull damage. So the phase turret would be the kind of thing you'd use to kill something after you took the shields down. The arc turret, more shield damage, more hull damage, more rate of fire, lower projectile speed, lower effective range by a lot, much higher rotation speed. So this might be good against fighters. The ion pulse.
Please check your cargo is secured before departure.
Yeah, it's got 120 degrees a second rotation, so this would probably be good against fighters. Okay. You got 3 medium turrets. This thing has a speed of 437. So this would not be terrible, I don't think. It's not too slow. I guess if you use this as kind of a large, very heavy fighter. The problem is there's just, by limiting it to just boron equipment, they can make very sleek and pretty looking ships and all that. But it ruins part of the fun of the game, which is the ability to tweak your loadouts and make cool ship loadouts. There's no way you can do a cool ship loadout with this. It's kind of the same with Terrans if you use only Terran guns. Because you have exactly one type of guns for your fighters, and that's what you're going to use if you're going to use a Terran gun. Thankfully, the Terran ships can still mount other people's guns. Yeah, I don't know. When I heard that boron ships could only use boron gear, which I did hear about some months ago, or weeks ago, something like that, I was extremely... It killed a lot of my hype for it. I had actually forgotten about that until just recently, but... Yeah. They look cool. Let's look at the Thresher gunboat. 461. Okay, so this is still pretty quick. Bunch of medium turrets. A medium gun. I mean, if they made more, if the Boron had a wider variety of weapons, it'd be more interesting. Because one thing I never really liked about X3 is all the different kinds of weapons and how restrictive different slots were. So you ended up only being able to mount certain guns on certain ships, and only in certain slots. There was never a whole lot of build freedom when it came to equipping your ships. X4.
The restaurant is now open for anyone wishing to dine before departing the station.
X4 was kind of a giant breath of fresh air in that category because everything could mount anything pretty much. And this is a solid step in the wrong direction, I think. And I guarantee this was pretty much strictly so that they could make them so sleek and pretty without having to have the big flat turret pads all over the place. Oh well. I'm going to get back aboard my nice fast split fighter.
Chimera.
And we're going to get out of here. Because apparently Bozo wants to talk to us. But that is extremely disappointing. On a much happier front, let's see. Talk to Bozo. Got that active.
Engaged.
On a much happier front, while other things were going on, I got an email from Gunbroker. Yay! I am now the proud owner of one slightly defective AR-7. At least I will be as soon as I pass the money over and give my shipping details. I say slightly defective because apparently it has a broken magazine catch. But I don't really care about that because I'm not going to be using that magazine catch anyway, I don't think. AR-7? It's more commonly known nowadays as the U.S. survival rifle. It's a light 22 that can be disassembled, and it all slides into the buttstock and stores up in a compact little unit. I'm not going to be using it that way, though. Because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to get it home, and I'm going to strip all the parts out of it, and the stock and the receiver are going to get stuffed on a shelf somewhere, probably never to see the light of day again. And all the parts are going to go in a brand new receiver. I'm going to build a pistol out of it. Because I already own an AR-7 pistol. For a while, way back in the day, they used to make the Explorer 2, it was called, which is basically just an AR-7 pistol. However, the company that made them at the time made them so that the barrel is keyed opposite from the rifles. So you can't put a rifle barrel on a pistol and vice versa. Well, I want to put rifle barrels on my pistol. So I needed an AR-7 parts kit so I could put it in a new receiver. Obviously, unfortunately, I can't use the existing receiver because that would be illegal for bizarre reasons. You can turn a pistol into a rifle, but you can't turn a rifle into a pistol. Which is insane, but welcome to US gun laws. However, if you make a brand new receiver, then it's a brand new rifle. So, or a brand new weapon. In this case, a pistol. So that should be a fun little project for the future. I have been carefully watching the auction for the last couple days, hoping nobody else bid on it, because I didn't want to spend too much on the thing. It wasn't in amazing shape or anything, so I figured, maybe I can get it cheap and I'll make a parts kit. But anyway. And through we go to Towering Wave.
Entering Towering Wave.
Most of these systems we passed through while we were talking to...
Dear passing pilots of assorted heritage and disposition, by the grace of Her Majesty the Queen, it is our privilege to aid the reintegration of the provinces adrift into the venerable and resilient Queendom of Boron. Regrettably, there appears to be an ongoing misunderstanding with the inhabitants of this otherwise picturesque...
I smell a quest hook.
I hereby call upon your civil courage and request that you join us.
I don't actually see a quest hook here. Okay. Anyway, let's go talk to Bozo about the Bofu he wanted delivered, which we have since delivered. Speaking of which, how is the research going? Nothing has been delivered. Oh, I wonder if I need to assign here. Wonder if I need to assign a manager. He's one of my better pilots. We'll pull somebody off the Nodan Vanguard. Manager. Who is the best, or at least not the worst at it? Congratulations, you will go work aboard Grand Exchange headquarters as a manager. Okay, I can't replace the current person at the post. So is Bozo considered the manager of the station? Maybe so. Let's find out. No, we have some random person assigned there. I don't think I did that myself. Don't actually know, though. Okay. Well. Why are you not buying materials? Okay, we need advanced electronics and energy cells. Let's take...
The Homeworld scientists apparently set up a similar energy input system to our own. But their capacity is simply tremendous.
Our blueprints were, of course, based on the theories that they shared with us in their transmission.
You can find anybody selling energy cells around here.
Surprise. Establishing a connection between jump gates requires staggering quantities of resources.
Sure, we'll go from Remedy Profit and buy them.
Those resources need not to be equally balanced between the gate Loki. The Boron have been laying the groundwork for our breakthrough for decades.
That'll be good enough.
We suspected that was the case.
Trade with, unload energy cells. Cancel. I want to drop off more energy cells than I need, so I need to transfer instead of trade. There we go. Boom. Alright. Anyway.
Entering system.
So, tonight after stream, or tomorrow more likely, I'm going to have to mess around with organizing everything to receive shipment of my new item. That's actually going to be a pain in the butt. This Mako. I should send it back. I'm gonna send it to the dock at the Grand Exchange headquarters for now. Is there a shooting range close, or is that a silly question? Yes and no. If I'm gonna do shooting, I just go out in the backyard and shoot at the targets I've set up out there. But an actual formal shooting range, there's... Oh, the nearest one that I personally know of would be a few miles north. But mostly I just have one, I just steal targets set up in the backyard. Yeah, occasionally. Occasionally there will be a gun cleaning stream around here. Doesn't happen very often, but I did a bunch of shooting, or if it's gone long enough that I otherwise have a dirty gun, and I'll often clean it on stream before starting whatever I was actually going to do that day. Or if I get a new one, sometimes I'll unbox it on stream. Or, you know, unbox. Generally they are unboxed and inspected when I go pick them up. Actually, let me think. Yeah, it's still back here. I still have my newest acquisition sitting behind me on a chair because I haven't taken it home yet. Got a rather lovely 1911. But anyway, I need to take that home. It's still here from the last gun cleaning stream I did like a week ago. I shouldn't leave it sitting there, but oh well.
Entering system. Watchful gaze.
I bought that like, oh, a couple weeks ago now, probably. Handguns are banned here? Well, they're not here. Matter of fact, that's one reason why I like living where I live. I used to live in Michigan. And in Michigan, if you buy a handgun, you have to get it registered, I guess you could say, with the state police. So basically, just when you buy it, you get a paper and you have to take it in, give it to them, and that's it. But it's still a pain in the butt. Whereas here in Ohio, if I want to buy a pistol, it's just like, okay, buy a pistol. Nobody knows or cares. Probably should. It's not rocky enough to bother with that. I was gonna say probably should manually pilot across there. Heretic's End maybe might be worth manually piloting across. I need to get the teleportation researches done so I can avoid travel time. I'm not sure if that's the end of the Boron quest line, or if there's more Boron quest available or not. There's still some Boron questing to do, for sure. There's at least a little tiny bit involved with building the station here in Great Reef. Great Reef? I think it was in Great Reef that there was a station being built. Unless that's done already, but... No. Here, Boron Shipyard. It's still under construction. Wonder if these guys have a different set of stuff.
Entering system. Heretic's End.
I don't see any variants. Hydra Corvette. Yeah. And Thresher Gunboat. Yeah. Same thing. Anyway. So hopefully after we talk to Bozo, he will have us go do something else interesting. If not, maybe we'll start doing the PIO quest line. Because why not? I don't really have any objectives for this playthrough except do Boron things. And I have to admit, do Boron things was kind of cool. Short, but cool. Quest line's relatively well written so far. But hopefully this isn't the end of it. We'll see.
Entering system. Morningstar.
At least, if this is the end of the Boron quest line, at least they avoided the #1 pitfall of X4 quest lines, which is do a few simple things and then here, build a giant station that's going to cost you 1 billion credits. We'll see you when you're done. A lot of X4 quest lines don't have that problem, but it is always a perennial issue with X that they assume that you are going to be doing other things first or simultaneous with, and that you will have a large navy or large merchant marine. I don't know if I'm going to keep this playthrough going until I actually get a shipyard, or if I'm going to start with a new playthrough with a more focused objective.
System. Atikva's choice.
But I won't restart just right away, that's for sure, because I'm definitely not going to restart a new playthrough until a few patches have come in. Universal domination is probably something that will never happen in any of my X4 playthroughs. Also, autopilot, what are you doing?
Autopilot disengaged.
Autopilot seems to really not know what to do with highways sometimes. I don't care about ship mods. All the mods I'm using I think are working right now. And those are all the mods I've ever had. And all the mods I really care about. I don't have very many mods. Gotta apologize for attack, which I don't know if this works or not, but that was something that I used a lot more in X4 Star Wars mod than here. Better kill credit, which I added in the hopes that I might fix a bug. It didn't. But it still seems like it'd be nice to have, so I'm gonna leave it. Crafted mod components. I really quite like this. It makes it so you trying to get components for improving ships doesn't take a bazillion years and doing tons of quests. Dead Air plus Curdy AI tweaks. That's huge. I don't know if it still works or not. I don't know if it's still required or not. But I sure hope it's... sure hope it still works. Because this makes it so that you can actually order your ships to go attack things without them all just dying. Equipment modifications redone. This single mod right here, equipment modifications redone, is the one I don't think I would ever play X4 without. Equipment tooltips. This is a recent addition. And I quite like it. I could do without it though. But it does make it so that when you hover over something you can see its stats. So it's really helpful. No hanger speed limit. That's pretty cool. The version of this you'll get if you just go download the no hanger speed limit is broken. And ships can't dock properly. But I changed it so that instead of setting speed limit to 0, it sets it to like 8,000 or something. And that seems to mostly fix ships not being able to dock. Anyway, paint jobs for sale. This just makes it so you can buy all the paint jobs that you'd normally only be able to get through things like ventures and stuff. Paint jobs are okay, but not that amazing. And then friendly fire tweaks, which makes ships less likely to get freaked out about accidentally shooting them. With friendly fire tweaks installed, apologize for attack isn't really needed most of the time, but yeah. The Star Wars mod was fun, but I don't know, I just didn't like it as much as I did vanilla.
Silent witness.
It was a lot of fun playing with the Star Wars ships. Flying around Star Wars fighters. And all that was really awesome. But ultimately, the X4 vanilla ship and ship balance is just more fun. I really missed most capital ships having forward guns. Because it made them much more boring to pilot. Most of the fighters were just too slow. That is an eye. It sure looks like an eye anyway.
Eye.
Yep, that's an eye. Do you think we can kill an eye with a fighter? I do not know the turret layout of the eye nearly as well as I do the turret layout of a K. Let's go see if we can get rid of that K first.
E.
After we try the P out. Come on, hurry up and blow up already. Boom. Okay. Now it is time to go visit our friendly local K.
I.
Not the I, the K.
K.
The I, we will deal with the I after the K is dead or disabled. Because one of those is significantly easier to deal with than the other. Okay, we target the rear turrets first.
Danger.
That's the nose. Nope, that's the nose. Oops. We're losing armor because I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. We'll just sit right here until we get our shields back, and then we'll go down there and take care of those turrets. Already switched over to our anti-turret gun.
Explosion imminent. Explosion imminent. Danger. Explosion imminent. Danger.
Boom goes the K. Without our assistance. Okay, which side of you is the rear? This side is the rear. I don't remember what you have in the way of rear guns. So let's go ahead and wait until our shields are back.
Explosion imminent.
This thing's getting wrecked by the station. But it is wrecking the station even more, so...
Hull damage. Explosion imminent.
Okay, so we've cleared away the rear turrets. Most of them.
Explosion imminent.
Okay. Boom. Whoa! Back here, yo. Okay. That turret's woken up to our presence. Okay, and so has that one. Boom, okay. Those turrets are dead. Now, this side of the eye is free and clear for shooty, I think. No, it isn't. How many little turrets does this damn thing have on it? There we go. Okay. First engine's about gone. boom. Should be down to half engine. Now, back to clearing off turrets.
Defense drone.
I want to be careful here. Hey, don't shoot at me. There we go. And then goodbye, engines. Take that out in short order. Okay. Now, let's take out some of these shield generators around here. There's no point in using anything other than the anti-component laser, which apparently heats up very slowly but does heat up all the way. Let's go ahead and get rid of all the little shields and stuff back here. Oh, there's a bunch of shields back, or a bunch of turrets along that line, more than just one. That would explain a few things. Cycle over to the other side. Boom.
Mercury, Vanguard, Jump Gate, AT defense drone.
Okay, let's go wear this down. I don't know how many shields an eye has, how many shield generators, but I suspect it's more than just these two.
Defense drone.
Remove as many shields as we can,
Container.
because every shield we pull off this makes it that much easier to remove a component when it's repaired.
Container.
Notice I didn't say if it's repaired. Because let's face it, they will repair a lot of this shit.
Defense drone.
Gonna take a long time to get rid of an eye. Every shield we take out, every gun we take out, every engine we take out, a little bit less we need to worry about. Okay.
Jump Gate, 18 billion.
Like, there we go. They repaired that graviton turret. And it was more annoying than it had to be to take out, because They had also repaired their... I didn't take out the shields on that. Oh. What was I shot by?
Turn. Sentinel.
This thing still has shields for these somewhere. Where are they hidden? Probably not worth it shooting them with a plasma cannon because can't damage them anyway. Not until we take out their shields. And just destroying the shields doesn't remove their shields either. It just removes their shield regen as far as I can tell.
Laser tower Mark 1.
Okay. The rear turrets on that side are done. Now for the rear turrets on the other side. Boom. Okay. Take out their shields. Because with no shields, then they'll be much easier to pop in the future.
Eye.
And on we go down the length of the eye.
Laser tower Mark 1.
Saw a video a while back where someone took out an eye with spacesuit bombs. They must have had a lot of spacesuit bombs, all I gotta say about that. That would take a while. Okay, there are more small turrets around here somewhere. Okay. Give him a couple plasmas for the heck of it. Okay. There's the large shield generators on the nose. Oh, baby. Okay, so we've got all the large turrets on the top front on that side. Let's do the same to this side, and then we'll go deal with the small turrets down below by coming at it from the nose side. I don't think they can depress far enough to get us here. So this is probably the safest place to sit. Because right now we're below their base.
Explosion imminent.
So we should be safe from them. We're hitting the turret, we're not locked on the turret. there goes that turret. There's a bunch of angles on a K where you can sit and shoot the turret, and the turret can't shoot you. But a lot of those angles, you can't lock onto them from that angle. Okay. Let's clear out all the shields. That should be all the shields for that gun cluster. Boom. Okay. There's a bunch of guns on the lower lip. Which I think I've just dealt with. Then there's a bunch up here on the nose.
Container.
Figure that out. Okay. Now we've got one large shield generator here. I've never actually taken an eye apart like this. I don't know where all the things are. But it looks like we're finding plenty of them. There's a bottom turret, which we can get from this angle, no problem. Anyway. You know, the same problem I have with boron chips is the same thing I have against the, oh, what's it called again? That fancy yacht you get for doing the, what do I call it? Doing the Avarice quest line. Basically, that one also has unique weapons that can only go on it. And you can't replace them with anything else. Unique shields, unique engines. And they're just not as good as engines you could put on if you could put on modular. It's the Astrid. Yeah, there we go. Even if it wasn't for the sound bug in the Astrid, I don't think I would use it. Because if it doesn't take modular weapons, I don't want it. If it doesn't take modular weapons, if it doesn't take modular engines, I don't want it. If it doesn't take modular shields, I don't want it. It just doesn't have... I don't care how special its special equipment is. Unless it's literally the best possible gear in slot. There's no way. If it's the best possible in slot gear, then maybe I'd be happy with it. But most of the time it isn't the best possible in slot gear. Or at least not best possible enough. Okay, so K is heavily armored on the bottom. Or heavily armed on the bottom, I should say. This doesn't seem to be. This seems to be mostly heavily armed on the sides. Also, how dare you repair?
Container.
And I thought I took out all of your shields. Why did you have shields? Did you have a hidden shield I didn't know of? Maybe. But who knows where it's at? Okay.
Container, container, container. Antimatter self I.
Okay. There's a shield.
Antimatter cell factory I.
Now we've reached the point where we're just hunting down stuff by shooting it and flying to the destination. Okay, the ship has no subcomponents left alive. So. Oh. Derp. There we go. Now we beat the crap out of it until it's dead. That laser beam's awesome. Oh yeah. I almost, but not quite, wish I had more of them on this thing. This is going to take so long to kill. If only we could summon something else to help it. Oh, they've rebuilt the turret. Bad Xenon. No. No biscuit. Taking out an XL with an S? Yes, yes I am, Survey. And yes, I do understand that that may have something to do with how long it's going to take. For clearing off capital ships, this thing makes it so much easier. Normally, I would use a medium ship with plasmas, where you can just pop them with one shot. And that'd probably still take that over this thing. But then I kind of wonder what a medium ship with burst rays would be like. I assume you can get burst rays for a medium ship. I haven't actually looked. But if you can, a Dragon Raider with 2 of those, 2 plasmas, basically the same loadout as this thing has, but with 2 burst rays instead of 1, would be a very scary force on any battlefield. We're down to 99% hull, which I think is actually up from where we were for a bit there. The burst ray does hardly anything to the hull, but we're at 83% shield. And that's a good place to be. Although, of course, I'd rather be lower than that, but we'll get there. Okay, still has no subcomponents. I'm making sure they don't fix any subcomponents by periodically using next previous subcomponent on the ship. So if they do rebuild something, it'll immediately target it, and then I can go smack it. Especially with the shield generator, yeah. Because that would put us back very, very quickly. We're almost a quarter of the way done. Okay, now we're a little past a quarter of the way done. Want to buy bigger heat sinks? I do need to get the research going harder so I can get bigger and better heat sinks. Well, probably I just go for flat out damage mods actually. That is a good point. We are killing an XL ship with a small fighter with no upgrades. I've killed Ks before with fighters. But it's very non-trivial. Oh. Hello there. Okay, that was... They'll probably build one on this side soon. It seems they really want those top large turrets back. I'm not sure how they determine priority for rebuilding. On Ks, in the previous patch anyway, it seemed like they always preferred to go engines. But it doesn't seem like that's still the preferred priority. But who knows what's going on exactly. Okay, I wanted to test something. But we have now succeeded in overheating our plasmas. Okay. Hmm, 61%. Still at 99% hull. Once we get through the shields, it's gonna go a little faster, but it'll still be very, very slow. Nothing about this ship is designed to kill these things. I wonder what a Squadron of Mareas equipped with 4 burst rays each would be like if you just sicked them on a K or something. Where's Nazgard when you need it? Maybe we should put in a call to the Terran Intervention Force. Hey, I've got an eye Stuck. Can you come pull it out? I could use a little bit of assistance here. I don't really have any bigger firepower to call out to help with this either. And the worst of it is, this is Argon space, and I don't have an Argon police license, so we're not going to get paid for this, I don't think. Oh, there's a station not too far away, so maybe we will get paid for it. Maybe. As long as the bug doesn't hit us. Uh-oh. Okay, that's just a medium shield generator. Okay, that was it. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Slowly but surely wearing it away. It is at 45% shield. Whatever passes for repair crew on this thing can repair the hull faster than I can damage it, that's for sure. Not too surprising. Although once the shield's gone, that should hopefully turn around. Okay. Going to tour the outside of it, okay? Or nigh. In a way, it's almost too easy for a player-controlled fighter to disable a capital ship. But in defense of the brokenness, a capital ship should have a fighter escort that prevents you from doing these shenanigans. Because even if there's a couple P's around, or some M's or something, you wouldn't be able to do this shit. It just straight up wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to focus on it hard enough to make it worth it. If they gave the eye back the missile launchers they had in Rebirth, it'd be a lot more tricky. Yeah, you'd still be able to do it though. Even if the turrets just defended each other, it'd be a lot more sketch. That is true. You'd have to be a lot more. You have to be a lot more careful to abuse, out of arc and things like that. Which, like, okay, these turrets up here, they're actually pretty easy to kill because you can set below their firing arc and pick them off. The rear turrets, a lot more sketchy. But you can still sit below their firing arc. Or like sit behind a ledge that can't quite see it. Things like that. The small turrets, of course, are much more excited about shooting you than the large ones are. For those, you just kind of have to suck it up and shoot it. But if you can get to like sitting right here, you're out of angle from everything, and you can sit here and regen your shields. Uh-oh. Hey you, what do you think you're doing? No. Bad. No shield generator. Okay. Down to 30% shield. And I managed to overheat the plasmas again. Yep. Let's just overheat everything while we're at it. Okay. I really wish I had greatly miss my weapon upgrades. I could use some purple plus damage. And then a good time would be had by all. In other news, we're at 25% on the shield. Okay. This would definitely not be something you do as just any old fighter. At least not before you grew old and feel over. I don't think I would ever try to kill something this large with a fighter that has less than 4 guns. Technically, you could possibly do it with a 2-gun fighter. Man. I'd hate to know how long it would take. Much more rational decision, even though it's still slow with a medium. Yeah. I need to get myself a Dragon Raider, which is going to mean sucking up to the free families for a little bit. Because the Dragon Raider is fast. A bit squishy, but that's okay. Fast, relatively maneuverable. 6 medium guns. 2 turrets. You can actually kill a K without having to deal with taking his shields down. Although trying to kill a K with its shield generator still running, it's possible. But it's not very smart. I think if you have all plasmas, which technically is the highest DPS you can get, I think, then you you still have to have your turrets shooting it for it to work. Without the turret shooting it, it'll slowly regen. Or, I can't remember if it slowly regens the turret, or if it just makes it so that if you make any mistakes whatsoever, you lose progress. I can't remember. But it takes forever to wear the shield down. Not as long as it's taking me this time, but that's because I have puny little guns this time. Oh no. Somebody's been a bad Xenon. They're building stuff. Who's that?
Pelican drone component factory. I. Mercury, I.
Okay. Everything has been removed. Argon ion cannon does a crap ton of damage to shields. True. That would definitely be the way to take down shields if you weren't using something like this. But I don't think I would run them on a normal ship unless I was building it specifically for... I don't know. We're down to 9% shields, by the way. Make that 8%. Make that 7%. Okay. It's probably the most pointless thing I've done in a while, but I can't help it. I see an eye, I have to stop and put it out. %? Soon we will actually be damaging the hull. At which point things should speed up at least a little bit. I don't remember what the ratio of shield to hull is on this thing, but 2%? Importantly, though, they can repair the hull or they can't repair the shield. An eye for an eye. Okay, 0% shield. Now, can we actually take the hull out on an eye? Ooh, it hit 98 for a second before going back up to 99. 98. I don't know if we can actually take the hull down. Okay, 97. Okay, we are slowly making progress. But it's gonna take a long time because they can actually repair it. Forgot about that. Honestly, it's probably not worth using the little pew pew laser, but let's just do this. Every time it turns blue, we click. You're the commander, the captain of the ship, you'd be super pissed getting taken out of a small ship. Really? Why would that be? Right, 89%. Would have everyone getting in spacesuits take me out? Well, probably a good thing that Xenon don't have spacesuits then. As far as I can tell, Xenon don't have Marines or anything. But anyway, I hope we're all enjoying the riveting content we have around here. Welcome back, Nova. Care to guess what I'm doing right now? Hey, we're down to 78% hull. Oh wait, they're getting an engine back up. How dare they? Okay, that was the only thing they had repaired. Yes, we are taking out a Xenon I with a Chimera. And it's down to 74% hull and slowly going down. I think probably Xenon Pet never. They likely would be uncooperative with that theory. ChatGPT 100.5. Yeah, I don't know what people see in ChatGPT. I mean, it's cool, but it's just a language model. It doesn't understand any of what's doing. Which, I mean, duh. It most definitely is not an AI. It's only a model. Literally, yes. %60 hull. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. GPT is, oh, what's it stand for anymore? Basically it's a large language model, a text generator, except it's a really good text generator. It can generate large amounts of quite intelligible text. And it's gotten to the point where you can prompt it with well-written English sentences, and it can respond somewhat intelligibly. But it doesn't really have any idea what it's doing. It's just a language model. And it will very confidently give you false or completely whacked out information too sometimes. Glad I got past the talking heads. Well, now you get to sit here and watch me shoot a stationary ship instead. You know, honestly, I think a Xenon start would be too easy. Because the non-Xenon stations are all super squishy. And the Xenon guns are just super powerful. Although you don't really have many manually controlled guns, I guess, so. Yeah. There are some AI detectors that work by trying to, well, some of them are pretty accurate, but a lot of them are very inaccurate, yeah. It can be particularly useful to help you get a start at something, or to help generate ideas. You can ask it to, give you an outline for a certain kind of story or something. And it'll spew out usually a fairly intelligible outline. And then, provided you go in and fill it out a little bit. Yeah. People like that are not jobs. It's just a stupid language model. With the stupid part being quite literal. Alright, we're down to 23% hull. Okay.
Drone component factory.
This thing's got a gun up somewhere.
I. Laser tower Mark 1. Courier. Antimatter I.
Okay, that's all the stuff that's up? Yeah. You know, there's a good chance I'm not going to receive any payout for this at all. Because station payouts for killed enemies are bugged. And they often don't happen. And then even worse, I don't have a police license for the group that this system is in. So they'd pay out even less. So even if the bug doesn't strike, which it's quite likely to, I'm unlikely to receive much money. But anyway, there's lots of people going like, oh yeah, large language models are going to replace computer programmers. Uh-huh. That is until you see what kind of output they give you. They can often give you some pretty decent code, but it depends on what you ask them for. Sometimes they can give you total garbage code, and you don't realize it's total garbage code unless you actually know what you're doing. And for the kind of work I'm doing right now, it would be of no help whatsoever. Like, not right now, but the kind of work I'll be doing tomorrow morning. Because I have a fairly large C# program that uses one component collection, or a collection of controls, and we want to get rid of it because the license costs too much, amongst other reasons. And because it's the buggy piece of shit that crashes the program sometimes. And since it was used extensively in the whole program, I have to go throughout the entire code base, one form at a time, and hand edit it to strip out references to the old controls and replace them with the closest equivalents from the default Windows Form controls. Kaboom. All right. I'm not sure how long that took. And I'm not sure I want to know how long that took. But we have done it. We have killed an XL ship with a small ship. Specifically, we have killed the largest Xenon ship available. And if we wanted to, we could process 29,000 scrap out of that. Do I have better explosive mod? No, I do not. Is it something that I would like? Ooh, AGI processor. Yes, please. Fire and smoke. Oh, for to give the better explosion effects. I usually don't watch the explosions anyway because I'm too busy running away so I don't blow up. Okay. There's a bit more loot over here. Oh. There it is. Okay, and there was more loot over there. What you're saying is less better explosive mod, but more bigger explosive mod. Alright, let's go talk to Bozo. And no, I am not going to use Windows 7. Matter of fact, I'm probably going to be ditching Windows completely the next time I rebuild a computer.
Entering system. 18 billion.
I've been using Manjaro for work for a while now. And there's some things I would really like to use about it for streaming. And most of the games, if not all of the games that I want to play, actually run pretty well on Linux. I'd probably still keep a Windows partition around somewhere. just in case.
Entering
If I ever wanted to play a
system.
game that doesn't
Brand
work on Linux.
exchange.
But I'd much rather daily drive Linux. It's just, I don't know. I'm more used to it at this point. Windows is a fine operating system, I guess. It's just that it's, I don't know, I don't really like it very much. It works, it stays out of the way, it does all the things an operating system has to do, but I like to be able to just drop into the command line really easily if I want to. And while you do have a decent command prompt on Windows, you know, PowerShell is actually really good. There's some things I don't like about it, but there's things I don't like about everything. PowerShell is really quite good. But my command prompt setup on Linux is just worlds better. Because there I'm running ZSH with, what do I call it? Oh, what is it called again?
Entering brand exchange.
I don't remember. My opinion of the Boron DLC. The Boron ships should not be limited to Boron only equipment. The Boron fighters are actual liquid shit. The Boron capital ships, I'm reserving judgment to get to try them. They all look cool, but look cool isn't necessarily going to be enough to make them usable. Boron stations look awesome. And for stations, look cool is enough to carry it to be usable. The story's pretty cool so far. I don't know if I've seen all of the story or just some of it. But story so far has been cool, and even if this is the end of the story,
Successfully done.
then I am okay with that. And if there's more story, I am also okay with that. But the Boron Heavy Fighter, let's put it this way, the Boron Heavy Fighter's top speed is 160, it was 162 and 164 meters a second. That's slower than a lot of capital ships. But as long as I don't have to fly them, having Boron around is awesome.
Hello there. Ah, yes, my beloved Bofu. Indeed you did. Oh, Her Delightful Majesty. Yes, well, not quite the Queen. I may have hijacked your mission.
The female Boron crew sound adorable.
Just to imbue this delivery with some alacrity. However, the Bofu shipment is very much appreciated. Incidentally, your biosignature indicates somewhat elevated stress levels.
What?
Fret not. I shall assist you by extricating my intervention from your mission communications. Indeed,
Okay.
I see you are behind on a number of very important royal duties.
You could talk to him about another quest while we're here, but
Harold, where have you been? Our connection was interrupted. The technicians have not yet figured out why, but the issue seems resolved.
I see.
Let us get back on course in the pursuit of Her Majesty's diplomatic endeavors. You can find your current tasks in your mission manager. Choose which to pursue first, and activate it for further guidance.
Yes, I know how that works already, game. Damn it. Anyway. It does have a distressing tendency to assume that you are a nub who's never played X4 before. But that's probably required? I have a Mako over there. Let's run over and take a look at it. I haven't really flown the Mako much, but I did fly it enough to know that there was issues with it. Also... Okay. There we go. Gotta say. My phone just woke up to the thing that... realization that there are emails available. And then the phone computer bridge is like, hey, by the way, did you know?
Mako.
Alright, let's get on board. I do kind of like the way you get in and out of these ships with the little elevators. Kind of cool. Okay, so this is ostensibly a scout ship, I think. Or is it a light fighter? I'm not sure. Either way, this is a fighter-ish ship. And it's not a heavy fighter either. Also, where's that Chimera going? You. Where's remove orders? There we go. Remove all orders. Get your ass back here and land. Okay, let's undock this thing. So this is, once again, a relatively light fighter. Let's check, see what weapon, what stuff it has on it. It has Mark 1 guns for some bizarro reason. Mark 2 all-around engine. I think they go to Mark 3. This isn't necessarily the best possible engine, but it's not a terrible one. We can get a whole 270 meters a second out of it. This is pathetic. And here's a comparison. Oh, good, this is still here. Here's a comparison to earlier. This is the Barracuda. This is their heavy fighter. The best fighter the Boron have, supposedly. 167 meters a second. Its damage output isn't even all that great. I'm not sure what guns it has on it. It has the arc guns. Okay, ion Gatlings are probably better. They would at least give it a higher damage listing, so let's just assume that's good. Okay. This is otherwise maxed out. We'll give it combat Mark 3s. Because... Okay, let's check the Chimera. Combat Mark 3s. We're trying to make sure everything is close to similar as we can get for comparison. This is the current loadout I have on my Chimera. And then this is a Gladius that I loaded up. Although I didn't give it the Terran proton barrages because they suck. I gave it all accelerators instead, which are really good guns, admittedly, but still. Look at that damage number. This is a heavy fighter. That damage number would be acceptable on a medium fighter. Maybe. Maybe acceptable for a medium fighter. Also, you have very limited choice in guns. So you better hope when you like one of the 3 flavors that's available, or you're just kind of screwed. Never trust stats? Well, here's a stat I trust anyway. Speed, right there. 167. That is too slow to use. There's no getting away from that 167 meters a second speed. The Gladius, which I already consider to be a shit ship because it's too slow, is 300 meters a second with split engines. Even if we go give it Terran engines, which Terran engines are usable, but only if you're laying on the thruster the whole time. Okay, we have Travel Mark 3s. These aren't the best Terran engine. 171. That's for travel engines. It's like 200 and something, I think, with the combat engines. Don't boron weapons slow down other ships? I mean, that'd be cool if they did, but that's not everything. Slowing down your enemies is great and all, but I'd rather just be faster than my enemies in the first place. Like this, the Gladius is not good. It's not a good ship. With split engines, it's barely usable, maybe. But it's still too slow at 300 meters a second. You need at least 350 to 400 meters a second before a fighter is good, in my opinion. Or usable. The Chimera at 500 meters a second, pretty good. But if you made it much slower than this, I wouldn't like it. The Barracuda, there's nothing you can do to fix this. You could try to mod it, I guess, which might get you a little bit more. And then it would feel a little less painful. But the thing is, speed figures into more than just combat. The speed that feeds into everything you do with the ship. Flying around. Like, okay, their travel drive speed is acceptable. But even that isn't all that great. Let's get rid of the Gladius here. And let's go ahead and add in... Well, let's add in the Mako. Let's see what the Mako looks like when it's fully loaded. We'll put Combat Mark 3s on. The shields are good. That's about one thing you can say about the Boron ships. The shields are good. Okay. 315 is the best speed you can ever get on the Mako. It does have 2 guns, which is borderline. Damage isn't great. I wish you could put more than 3 ships in here. But okay, let's ignore the damage now. Let's just assume it's good. Because of Nebulous actually putting damage straight onto the hull numbers. It's got okay hull for what it is, medium fighter. Its shields are actually not that great, surprisingly enough, considering that Boron shields seem to be their main strength. But it does have shields that match a heavy fighters, so I suppose it's not terrible. But this Chimera is using split shields, which are quite low. I think I have split shields on this? No, actually I put Terran shields on it for the comparison. Okay. But even with split shields, it only gives like 200 more shield. I think I would actually prefer to have split shields on this. So it's got a little more shields than a heavy fighter with with Terran shields. Which, okay. Maneuverability is okay. It's actually got pretty decent maneuverability. But if you throw in something like a Maria, it still has better maneuverability. But then the speed just blows it out of the water. So it's kind of... It does have high missile capacity. Which is interesting because all other small ships that I've seen have missile capacity of 20. But they just can't get out of their own way when it comes to speed. I'd probably be willing to use a fully built out Mako. Because 315 is kind of borderline, but on the low end of usable. Assuming that the guns were actually good. But if I had a choice between a Mako and a Chimera, or a Mako and a Maria, I would take the Chimera Moray any day. Let's throw an Asp in, see what the Asp looks like. Another excellent split ship. Split Mark IV engines, of course. Combat Mark IIIs. We'll give it split shields. Because split shields have faster regenerate, but they're not very good capacity. And we'll go ahead and give it tau accelerators, because that's probably what I'd put on it if I was actually building this out. Because I just really like the tau accelerator. It's not that it's the best thing ever or anything like that. It's just I like it. Okay. 453. Pretty reasonable speed. Shields are meh. Chimera just doesn't really have very good shield mount either, I guess. It only has one. Maneuverability. It's better than the Chimera. But the Chimera is a heavy fighter, so it should be. But look at that damage number. That's partially because those guns are just really awesome. Well, let's go ahead and stick something else on. Let's just give it, oh, I don't know. Let's just give it basic shard batteries. No, let's not. Let's give it basic pulse lasers. Pulse lasers are kind of poop. Okay, that kills the damage by a lot. But like I said, pulse lasers are just poop. Pretty much everybody will sell you pulse lasers. What about bolt repeaters? Bolt repeaters are a generic weapon everybody has access to. With bolt repeaters, this thing almost has the same DPS as the Barracuda. The Barracuda better be doing something pretty special with those guns. And out of sector combat, any special effects the guns may have aren't going to matter. The shields will matter. And that might keep them alive long enough for their kind of pew-pew guns to do something useful. But yeah. There's just no, for player use anyway, there's no escaping that 167 meters a second speed. I don't know about any damage multipliers. They don't seem to actually list them in the statistics, so let's see.
Something hit us.
It just lists damage. Shield damage against a shielded target, 40 megajoule per hit. Rate of fire, 6.55. So 6555 times 40, and boom, there you have your weapon output. Like, this one does more damage to shields than hull. Yeah, okay, that's great. But... and this one does a lot more against hull than against shield. Okay. But it still does this much damage. Like the Barracuda, it has the only shields it can have. It has boron shields. You have no choice. You will take boron shields, Mark 1, Mark 2, or Mark 3, and you will like it. Same with the engines. You will take Mark 1, Mark 2, or Mark 3 boron engines, and you will like it. With the weapons, you have a choice between 3 flavors of missile launcher and 3 flavors of gun. And if you don't like any of those flavors of gun, I guess that sucks to be you. I was really worried about this when I first heard that Boron equipment was going to be Boron ship specific. But, like, well, maybe it'll be okay if they have enough variety, and, well, there's only 3 flavors of gun. But the speed thing, I did not see them being that slow. They have capital ships that are almost as fast or faster than their heavy fighter. It's insane. Think there's some potential here for very resilient out-of-sector fleet? Oh, probably. The problem is I don't care about out-of-sector at all. Out-of-sector is of quite literally 0 interest to me. Because I build a fleet of ships I would like to fly, and then I fly them. And occasionally I call them in to help me out with stuff. But I'm in sector and not too far away when any real amount of combat is going down. Unless it's just mopping things up, in which case I'll have a large fleet and just send it off to do whatever while I'm doing something else somewhere else. And usually I'm doing mop-up in one area while AI fleets are doing mop-ups in other areas. But very rarely do I ever do combat of any real amount when I'm not there. Because for me, the fun of the game is the combat. And the trading and building an empire and all that stuff is a more fun than doing boring missions way to generate money, so I can afford to do the combat. And I really do like to have it being able to own a fleet and all that fun stuff. So I really like, but I understand that I am not necessarily the most representative X4 player here when it comes to how I play the game. But yeah, there's no escaping from that speed number. It's just kind of sad. If they would have made them around 300 to 400 meters a second average, with like the scouts being faster than that, and you know, make the heavy fighter like 300, 350, and then maybe let you mount whatever kind of gun you want on some of the mounts at least, if not all of them. Then I would be a lot more interested in the Boron ships. I mean, they look cool. They do have that going for them.
Docking granted.
But oh, okay, this doesn't have a docking computer. Well, there we go. Yeah. I just don't really see myself using any of the Boron fighters. Now, I do want to get myself a Boron capital ship and test that out. Because, well, how much money do I have right now? 9 million? Okay, we're gonna need a lot more than that to buy a capital ship, probably. And I need to get 20 rep with the Boron so I can get a capital ship license before I can even really feed them into the ship comparator properly. Some of their ships very low acceleration means you can't stop from travel mode within like 20 seconds. That's a problem that I've had with a lot of medium ships. They don't brake very well at all. That is one of my complaints about, say, the Dragon Raider or the Dragon.
Greetings.
Is that it takes quite a while to stop and you need to know how far ahead you need to hit the brakes. Yeah, the Terran fighters are mostly trash in my opinion. Well, Terran fighters using Terran engines are mostly trash. Terran fighters with like split engines are okay. Terran engines are slow. Like, okay, let's feed in the ship comparator here. let's leave the Barracuda there for now. Let's feed another copy to the Chimera and... Except this one... Yeah, we don't care about the guns for this comparison. What we do care about... Oh shit, I don't have Terran engines listed. I have the travel engines. Okay, I need to get someplace that sells good Terran engines so I can look at them. Okay, split shields and Terran engines are actually a really good combination for a reason I'm going to get into in a second here. Okay, 286. That is too slow. But the Terran combat engine will add a bit more to that, and it'll be like 300, low 300s. Which is still too slow. However, and this is not representative either. It's the wrong engine, but the boost speed is pretty decent, or it would be. Probably not quite as high as the here, boost speed. Third number down. Yes, right there. The boost speed would be a little higher with the actual Terran combat engines. But what actually matters is the boost time, which they don't show here. Terran engines have really good boost efficiency. So you can boost for quite a while without using up much of your shields. So when you're flying a ship with Terran engines, you spend a lot of time on the boost. And if you use split shields with their short recharge time, it doesn't matter how much what your shield capacity is for using it with boost, it uses it by percentage. So, split shields are flat out the best shields possible for a Terran ship with Terran engines, or any ship with Terran engines. Because they'll recharge fastest. And then you just have to hammer down on the boost almost constantly to get good speed out of it. I'd rather have engines that had good performance and only have to tap boost occasionally. But they work. The Terran fighters, though, are just kind of meh. Without the Terran engines, they're still on the slow side. Yeah. If it wasn't for split fighters, I'm probably not... I don't know who I would use. Maybe Paranid? Okay, actually this is going to be a terrible way to find. The problem with ship comparators is it's hard to tell, hard to filter. You can't really filter it. Sometimes it's easier just to go look at a wharf. Okay. And I don't have a military ship license with the hop, so I can't look at that. Damn it. I do over here, though. Okay, size S. Thesis Vanguard. Only got 3 guns. Speed is pretty low, 267. Okay. These guys don't have as good of a fighter as the Holy Order of the Paranid does. Cigaris just has worse stuff than the Terrans generally. Although they do have some cool variants that are interesting. Let's look at an Eclipse. I don't like the way the Eclipse looks, but anyway. 326, that's pretty slow. Give it split engines, that helps it out a lot. But fighters in this game are just too slow in general, without split engines. I don't know why they made fighters so unacceptably slow, but they did. Like, medium ships are faster than small ships almost across the board. And it just feels wrong. And then when you do want to fly around in a fighter for a while... Come on, stop doing that, you idiot. Anyway, if you do want to fly around in a fighter for a while, it just ends up feeling kind of pathetic. But I guess if you hammer down on the boost enough, you can kind of get to where you're going. If you remove the split from the game completely, then Terran engines would probably be the choice, simply because everybody's slow. But the boost efficiency would sort of make up for that. But the Maria is a base game ship, I think. Yeah, no, maybe it's Terran DLC. In any case, it's not split DLC. Yeah, it's a Yaki ship. But I'm not sure if it came in the base game or if it came in one of the DLCs. And the Maria is probably the fastest fighter in the game. Terran? Okay, yeah. Even without split engines, the Maria still roasts everything else. And of course, there we go. The Terrans have the Katana, which with Terran engines is merely okay, and with split engines is outright amazing. Yeah, I don't know. It's so wrong to have medium ships be so much faster than the small ones. And usually it's not just a little bit faster either, it's a lot faster. I suppose if you don't really care about ship speed too much, it's not that big of a deal, but for me, fighter speed is everything. And if you think about it, if fighters don't have a speed advantage, what do they have? A cost advantage? If you don't have the speed and maneuverability, I mean, they do have a lot of maneuverability, I guess, just without the speed. But you need speed and maneuverability to avoid fire. And by the time you buy a big swarm of fighters, you might as well just have bought a capital ship. Assuming you use the capital ship with a little bit of skill, it'll serve you far better than the fighters ever will. Oh well. If they just gave every fighter in the game about 100 meters a second extra speed, minus probably the Maria, because then it would just be insane. Or rebalanced all the small engines to be a little bit closer to split Mark IVs. Or just straight up removed split Mark IVs and rebalanced all the other fighters to be just a little bit faster. Made the split Mark IIIs slightly better than everybody else, but not as insanely better as the Mark IVs are. And then gave the slowest fighters a little bit more speed. That was very slow. There would be no fighter slower than 250 meters a second. I think it'd make the game better, just straight up. Oh well. Let's see what new thing we've gotten. Okay. They want us to defend a highway construction site. I don't think we want to do this with a single fighter. At a guess? Okay. They seek to provide boron combat ships to the Hitiva Free League. Provide a first fleet while the Queen negotiates for other shipments. We need to buy 3 Makos with this set of guns and gear. And we need to be... Okay, we're at the right amount. Okay, Paranid. Find missing envoy. Okay. Relation. Find something or other. Okay. Deliver a bunch of water to Tidebreak. And build a station for 18 billion. Okay. The reward is a Boron Corvette for that one. Need diplomatic arrangements. Okay, yeah. We get a Boron Corvette for this. Okay. We've got a bunch of stuff here to do. I'm guessing that the main thrust of the Boron quests are done, and this is kind of the cleaning up aftermath stuff. Boron 14S luxury dock area, 1 dock pier, small container storage, small oasis, Boron disc defense, Boron medium shield generator Mark 1. Boom. Okay. Make a small plot and cram all that stuff into it. $2,200 units of water to Tidebreak Station. I'd have to find Tidebreak first. I don't really feel like tying that mission on right now. Let's see, what is this one? Sample. Now lost is believed to be in a bar. Okay. Sure, let's go do this.
The Terran Protectorate. The Queendom has no closer ally than the Arkan Federation. However, Arkan tensions with the Terrans make Boron relations with the Protectorate a matter of some delicacy. The Terrans have made a gracious offer to construct a Boron habitat to house a diplomatic delegation. To this end, we were supposed to deliver a Nishala water sample, complete with all its salts and microorganisms.
Speaking of Terrans, okay, we're at -3.
Our herald was not up to this simple task.
Progress is being made.
Some sort of emotional breakdown and has returned to Boron space for medical attention. He managed to leave the water sample in a
We do need to suck up to the free families too, because I'd like to buy some ships from them.
another sample from Nishala, but our herald will face enough opprobrium. I would rather we resolve this without increasing his shame. The mission is simple. Just retrieve the water and deliver it safely to the Terran emissary.
Another thing I should probably not get started on is carrier capacity. Because most of the carriers in the game do not have enough fighter capacity. That or there flat out doesn't exist a reason to use a carrier. Except as an easy way to order the whole group to go somewhere. But even then, you can just select the whole group and order them to go somewhere.
Entering system. Nobilius Fortune.
Well, looking at the new Boron carrier, for example,
System. Highest mists.
the number of ships it can fit is ridiculously low. And so it kind of makes you wonder, like, but why? Why would you buy this thing? It's not like it has the number of guns that a Split Raptor would have. So it's not a moving point defense solution like that is. It can only carry a few fighters. I think it only has like 8 internal and 8 external. So you can carry a total of 16 fighters on it. Like, who's going to run a group of 16 fighters? That just doesn't seem useful. So why does this exist?
Entering system. Pontifex's claim. Entering system. Holy vision.
Of course, a lot of the base game carriers are pretty crap too as far as carrying capacity goes. But they're at least better than that. Allowing somebody to carry 8 fighters internally and then calling it a carrier is kind of an insult to carriers.
Entering system. True sight. Entering system. Second contact.
Oh, what sort of excitement do we have going on here? Xenon everywhere, huh? Oh, guess we wanted to engage the dogfighting. This would be the place to do it. Yeah, it's 10:30 already.
Entering system. The void.
That's the normal end time around here. We'll go a little bit late. But basically, if you get a fighter that's actually fast enough, and you want good guns on it, which there's plenty of good guns in the game, and there's, you know, reasonable selection. It's not like there's only one set of good guns or anything. There's the set I like, and there's a couple other sets I like too, but not quite as much. And there's variations on the set I like based on what I want to do with the given ship. Like, this ship has kind of an all-arounder mix that's specifically designed with an eye toward being able to clean off capital ships by itself. Which, by the way, is something that a small ship should be really bad at. But anyway, moving on. A small ship, or a large ship that has any amount of fighter escorts is going to have a much better time than a large ship that doesn't. But the Xenon are bad at keeping their escorts together, so... But here we are, with a dedicated weird loadout. But really the main thing I'd replace to make this a better dogfighter would be to put another Tau accelerator in the middle, replacing that the gun that's currently there. Burst ray.
Entering system. Getsufune.
But anyway, assuming all that is right, I really love the way that ships... I really love the way dogfighting works in X4. The way your thrusters are also... Your thrust per bar is also your shield bar. Means you got to be careful. You can't just thrust constantly like you could in, say, Freelancer. I mean, you couldn't thrust constantly in Freelancer either, but If you thrust too much in Freelancer, you just were slow. You weren't a sitting duck. The lack of instant repair items means that you need to keep your bars up all the time. Actually pay a little bit of attention to that. Destructible components give smaller ships something to do in larger ship combat.
Autopilot disengaged.
All in all, I really like X4's combat. It's just that their balancing decision on a lot of the ships is suspect. Okay, let's go find this bar. Okay. Somebody probably already drank the water. You have to talk to people again. Please say no. Yes, we have to talk to people again. Hey, did you see some water around here? Please tell me you didn't drink it.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Greet. Yes, I've seen everything. I now live here after all. The Boron was at the table right over there and told me something about water until he got very upset. He might not have been accustomed to the gloom and misery around here.
That's nice.
He even left a box with some belongings at his table when he rushed off. The waiters haven't even found it yet. Say, bye.
Okay, let's go grab the thing. Oh, there's a Boron.
My sincerest greetings.
They're a wormhole scientist.
As a matter of fact, I did hear a commotion from the upper level. An unusually agitated Boron with ceremonious markings then rushed down and
interaction suits, or you want to call them, are kind of funny.
Before I was able to intervene. I do hope he's all right and well. My sincerest farewell.
It was upstairs somewhere. Where? Okay. Let me guess, it's not actually on a table. Okay, we can't get back into there. Where is the thing I am looking for? That doesn't look like a water sample, but it looks like something. No? This fool was like, oh, he's right at that table over there, and he left a thing behind. And it hasn't been found yet. Well, where the hell is it? And this fool says, oh yeah, it was upstairs. Oh, Okay.
Hello there.
I know this is not upstairs, however. I don't see anything up there either. I half expected that maybe talking to that person would spawn it. But
Did you find his belongings?
No,
at
I
the
didn't.
Table over there.
is this bugged? Because this is starting to seem like it's bugged. Because I don't see anything that could be described as belongings on any of the tables, down here or up there.
Did you find his belongings at the table over there?
Like, is this supposed to be it? Because you can't interact with those from this side or that side. I think this is just broke. Well, this is an unfortunate turn of events. Current save just broke Boso Ta from his captors, and there was an Osprey Vanguard waiting to claim it. Well, that's cool. Where's the stuff? Let's go teleport away and teleport back and see if that changes anything. It shouldn't. But you never know. So I'm guessing this has to be the table over there. Because there's no other table around here. There's nothing behind the table, there's nothing on top of the table, there's nothing around the table. This table, similar same way, nothing around it. Just broke. Nothing on any of these counters. Yeah, I like to run plasma cannons together with something else. And then get into a head-to-head with whatever enemies. And pop them with the plasma cannons just as they're about to pass. Because then you have minimum flight time. And they really have no time to evade. Tends to work really well.
Did he leave anything on the upper level?
Yeah, this is just broken.
Hello.
Well. Let's time to that. Maybe you can't jump on these railings. Oh well. That's an inauspicious note to end on for sure. But hey guys, guess what? We have a bug that breaks a quest. Why do I keep breaking things? It's not my fault. Well, I guess that we are just going to save the game here, because it is 10:40. And let's hope that it works when we come back next time. Yeah. We will see. Someone else in the bar might know something. I talked to both of the people who know something. And the objective changed from the investigation objective to the actual go get it objective. And it's not there. But we'll see next time. I'm not sure when next time is going to be. Tomorrow is Monday. And I really feel like playing Crab Champions. So we might have Crab tomorrow. And then Tuesday is regularly scheduled Nostalgia Night. So that would be currently Red Alert 2. And then Wednesday probably be more X4. And Thursday, of course, will probably be some random thing, and then Borrow Trauma later, and then Friday more X4. And then Saturday, we're going to be doing I'm not sure what, because it's time for a new weekend game and I haven't decided what to do yet. But that'll all happen later. For now, it looks like Avi and Wasted are playing MechWarrior together. So let's raid Avi. Okay. MechWarrior. That's another game I need to play more of. Oh, so many games, so little time. In any case, MechWarrior is probably not going to happen next week. I have too many things going then, including more X4. But whatever happens, I hope to see you all there. And until then, I hope you all have fun over at Avi's place. Have an awesome night. And goodbye.